Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Apologies for the somewhat slow start. I'm not feeling the best today, but we're moving. We're moving. We'll get into it. Also, I made so much fucking food yesterday, chat. I know I was excited about it during stream, but like, you don't understand. I made I made a steak, a bunch of burgers, a bunch of hot dogs. I steamed some sugar snap peas. Those are really good. Like when you want something crunchy, but you like realize you clogged your arteries with a lot of meat. You got the veggie thing going on. And I made brownies after too. It was really good. I don't bake often, so that was like weird for me, and I'm not great at it, but it was good. Anyway, Lil Rob, how you doing? Flo, Viper, Jester, Rohith, Hazel, Tender Madness, Reckless Monster, Avari, Cosmic Owl, Mr. Adblock. Hope you're all fantastic. Making me hungry. I'm just sharing what I had. There's a bunch of leftovers. Y'all come over. We'll have a quad cookout. It'd be great. It'd be great. Hey Dilbert, how you doing? So today, I was messing around with the Spore Warden chucking setup that I was playing for most of the stream yesterday. This was after stream, and I was like, hey, a couple chatters were like, hey, would this work out with Berserker? So I tried it out, and I like it. So we're gonna play, and I employed some trading assistants to swap over the grand total of 2 items I needed to get to change the build over, and found out something afterwards that's a little unfortunate. One of those items didn't need to change, and we'll get into why. I'll show you. After 8 painful hours, got a Queen's card drop and rolled terribly. I know the struggle of Ari. I do. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Nadballer, good to see ya. Schmidward, how you doing? Bring all the day ones to the cookout. I mean, come through. Come through. Get a plate. There's lots of food. So, the discovery, this is very relevant to your builds right now. There's a few things that say they scale with class power that don't currently scale with class power. Now, it's likely a bug, but I figured I'd outline them for you. And this was confirmed in-game with CZ's testing. Berserker's Blast Chill, Spore Warden's Play the Angles, Graveborn's Blast Gasp, and Clawbringer's Rebuke all are listed under their respective class powers, but do not actually scale with said class power. So, yeah, there's that. So something to keep in mind. It doesn't affect this setup too much, because I'm not using Blast Chill, I'm not using either of the Zerker action skills, so class power is just my rage bonus element. I'm not expecting to play the angles currently, so it doesn't affect me on this setup either, but there's other setups that are kind of affected by those things. And the interesting thing is, out of those 4 things, 3 of them are already some of the hardest hitting things in the game. Like, they don't need more damage, but they are not getting their full formulas right now. Blast Chill, Blast Gasp, and Play the Angles are 3 of the, like, 6 hardest hitting things in the game. It's crazy. And they're not getting their full formula. Finally got to C35 yesterday. Let's go, Urban Mech. Congrats. Really enjoying Professor Quag and Quagiversity. I'm glad, Hazel. I appreciate you. Morning to Mexman. How you doing? Working on Armistice Shards. Let's go, Viper. Let's go. Excited to see Frostwilder set up. My main's Frostwilder. Somehow I can't make it work anymore. Yeah, I'll get into it. Skill tree I'm running with right now. Very similar to the Spell Shot skill tree. The Spell Shot version. We've gone down to Wrath of Nature and Headhunter in this tree as usual. 1 point is removed from Bullseye compared to the other setup because we did not go down to play the angles. So there's 2 fewer points in this than the Spell Shot spec. In the Berserker tree, I went unyielding just because, like, I wanted to see how effective it was. 3% missing health regen per second is kind of ass. So, like, don't do this. Just put them in Ancestral Frost, even though it's minimally impactful. The reason why Ancestral Frost is minimally impactful is because I already have frost damage on my amulet and from myth rank, so this is a small number that's additive with that. Though it's a case in this build of which nothing burger do you want. Max Icebreaker, of course, this is going to be very relevant for a few things. Max Old Ways, because yes. Instinct, we're taking Instinct for our reload speed because we don't have Spell Shot's Prestidigitation. So we get 24% reload speed and 60% swap speed. The swap speed's nice. That's something we didn't have in the other spec. So realistically, if I wanted to switch back to a different armor and just instead use a weapon slot for a launcher for applying Soaked, I could. That's something I've yet to mess with, but I could. We got Unarmored Defense for Giga Chad tanking. Blood Frenzy for restoring a little bit of enrage and a little bit of health on kill. We're still running a body rune, so that's why I only have 1 in Blood Frenzy. But basically, this skill is governed by how addicted to body rune are you. If a lot, you don't need many points. If a little, you want more points. 1 point in Cold Snap. I would like to rearrange stuff and maybe get more in Cold Snap because it's move speed and frost efficiency, and both are very, very nice in this setup. So that's experimental. No points in Ancient Fury right now because I do have it from... I had AoE damage from my armor. Relentless Rage because quality of life. You get really long Save Your Soul duration with that. And I have Tier 5 unlocked, but no points here. These 2 points in Iron Squall are from my armor. And Blast Chill doesn't really serve a purpose here. Gear-wise, it's the same on all the weapons. The rings I swapped from my Actually, no, that is the same ring. Yeah, the rings are completely the same as well. The ward is the same. I started using an empowering sigil, so the freezing tech from the melee build is now in place here. And then the things that are different. This Harbinger is Berserker power instead of Spellshot power. It's Frost and Berserker. So this just serves to boost Enrage mostly, but it's kind of minimal with how little Berserker power does. Like, it helps the size of the Enrage bonus element, but it's a small bonus element, so it doesn't actually amount to much. So you could really get away with whatever here. Honestly, Spore Warden power for more Mushroom HP might be the move. And then I've got a Cape of Tides with Wrath of Nature, Iron Squall. I did trade for this. So we're using Cape of Tides so that it frees up my spell slot, but you can honestly go back to using the Warp Paradigm that I was using on the other version, and you know, use a Tidebreaker or a Twisted Delusion. Morning Silent, how you doing? Portal Knight, good to see you. All the DLC cosmetics come from the wheel. I got a cosmetic from the wheel once, so probably, yeah.
Come on, have some fun.
So this works very similarly to the Spellshot version. Hey Chester, how you doing? Hey Charlie. We've been trying to farm a Fear Not, but got a very good Whatnot. Does it do spell damage like Fear Not does? Has Fear Not even been confirmed to do spell damage? I'd hold off on making that judgment. For lightning bolts at least. Because I know for pixies it varies. But the difference between Fear Not and Whatnot is the barrel part. And that could mean a bunch of different things, which I'm not particularly well versed in. So this plays very similarly to the Spellshot version, except instead of using our spell to apply Soak, we use our spell for our Sigil, which will freeze weaker enemies and give us a bunch of tank against the stronger ones. We have comparable reload speed because Berserker has almost the amount of reload speed Spellshot does.
It's your funeral.
And we have a bit less damage, but I'm not using any sort of Spellshot Paradigm tomfoolery this time around, which makes me a bit happier. The damage is still definitely good. Definitely still good. Words, grammar. Hey Ducky, how you doing? Not dead, just been doing loads of evening shifts, ends up being during stream time. I'm glad you're okay. Thanks for checking in. Just glad to hear you're okay. Thought about you the other day. Stuffed Beaver.
Brr.
Burr indeed. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Say for ads, use the Tide or the Class Mod though instead of the Rocket, and use the Rocket for bossing. It probably makes for a smoother experience that way. Yeah. Taking the time and the rocket ammo to apply it to each enemy in mobbing probably isn't worth it. You don't need the damage either way. As you can see, not all these enemies are getting soaked. Yes, Silent, that individual is a known cheater who has aligned themselves with item selling sites. So, no, I do not like any promotion of that individual. Experiencing Wonderland's fatigue, almost 15 days of play, we'll take a break to soak it all in after a while. Breaks are healthy. Breaks are very healthy, Rohith. If you're experiencing a bit of burnout, then the best thing you can do is not force yourself to continue. Gives you a better appreciation for the whole thing later down the road. It's how I was able to get so many hours in Borderlands 3 without burnout. Yes, Silent, they do. So I do not like promotion of certain individuals who have constantly found themselves on the wrong side of such discussions. Thank you. Work's been busy lately, otherwise I'm doing great. Had a global restaurant audit report, which I handled surprisingly well. It sounds super adulty. Fucking proud of you, Duck. Good job. Good job. Morning, Quandel Dingle. How you doing?
Energy's empty. I would run if I were you. It begins.
Those ricochets are so satisfying. Just learned I can watch from my work computer. Let's go. As long as I'm not distracting you from getting important stuff done. Let's go. Took 4 characters to C35. Now I watch and garner more Wonderlands knowledge. I've got more characters I need to take up to C35. I'm just dragging my feet because I enjoy these lightning bolt builds too much. I still need to revisit my gun Clawbringer and do something unique with him. I might revisit the Awbringer school of thought. You know, go a bit of Stabomancer in there. I don't know, we'll see. So sometimes your lightning bolts hit your sigil. That's what just killed me. Now there's a known issue where occasionally your sigil will block your own shots instead of everyone else's. Don't know what causes that. I've gone on Borderlands subreddit since before BL3 launched. What are they saying on the Wonderlands one? I would avoid those in general. Not exactly the most level-headed or constructive people frequent those places. Silent, I've told you 3 times now, drop it. Because just because you haven't had that experience doesn't mean other people in the community haven't seen things. So, drop it. The individual you are promoting has been caught up with a bunch of shit I don't want my channel associated with. Drop it.
I don't do war.
How's the weather? Awful today, to be honest. It was nice enough for me to grill yesterday, but it started raining last night, and it's been kind of like that pre-rain look for, like, fucking ever now. Miserable. I hate it. Although I don't mind a little light rain, especially when it's warmer. Like a nice early May rain kind of slaps. As long as it's not a downpour or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like a headache. It is simple, Rick, which is why it's infinitely frustrating when you say drop it and people don't. Coffee time? Yes, it is, David. Same here for weather. You in Canada, US or Canada East Coast? US East Coast, yeah. Northeast US. Where you get the body rune from? It's the dedicated drop of, I want to say, Abundant Hog? Abundant Hog. Morning, Zippers. How you doing? So another cool thing about the Berserker flavor of this is you get a lot of value out of the bonus elements. So like, Spore Fuse is its own instance of damage, right? That means it gets Body Rune applied to it, it gets Enrage applied to it. And we get Spore Fuse on a bunch of ricochets, on a bunch of barrage hits. It's a lot of individual instances of damage we're doing a lot of stuff with. Which is cool. I like that. Interviewer dropping on this build? At some point, maybe. I'm more of a live content guy, so I'm miserable in the editing room. How about Bunny Dog?
Insert funny pee-pee joke or something here.
Insert funny pee-pee joke or something here. Where's that? There it is. Duck, thank you so much for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to have you back. Hey Aaron, how you doing? You know what damage sources boost Nova damage? AoE, Elemental, Global. Hey Oxylus. I hate the TDR meta, least favorite weapons, or their C35 builds don't utilize them. Well, I could be pedantic and say no builds use TDRs because they're inferiors in this game. But there's lots of C35 builds that don't. I happen to like the lightning bolts, so that's what I'm doing on this build, but you don't have to use those. I have a shared dislike of the pixies, because they play the game for you, and they're monstrously overpowered. Hydras just don't really interest me. Shrikes are like meh. But yeah, I'll use some other guns today as well. Someone explain sigils to me. I don't get the variety of them nor the utility. So, sigils all create a protective barrier, Tub Nation. And enemy projectiles can't go through that barrier, and it actually notably stops certain boss attacks. There's different varieties. The one I'm using right now is an Empowering Sigil. It follows you around, has a bit shorter duration and smaller radius, but it follows you around, gives you damage reduction, and inflicts status effects really quickly on enemies inside. There's Empowering Sigils, Fortifying Sigils, which are stationary, but give you a damage buff and a massive heal over time while inside. There's Vigilant Sigils, which have Hydra turrets. And there's Rebuking Sigils, which cause a Singularity. So each sigil does a different thing while providing that protective barrier. They're very useful. Hammer and Anvil use your melee weapon for damage? No, but it is melee damage. And if you have a Spellblade equipped, it does inherit the Spellblade property, because Spellblade just kind of transfers to everything, Chimpy. So if chaos levels go up again, I'm a bit worried about spending all the crystals for the bunnies and sorting all the gear. It probably won't be soon, Urban Mech. And additionally, it's one of those things like you'll need to upgrade to be efficient on the higher chaos levels anyway, so you'll just replace your gear. Morning, Priz. How you doing? Mind showing off the skill tree? Yeah, after this run. After this run. All the fear reloads use spell damage? No. It's distributed, not even just by type, by barrel in some cases. It's super cursed. Sigil I'm using a cryo empowering sigil. Doesn't the afterburner do roughly 18k Nova since it's 3.1k times 6? Well, 3.1k times 6 is different because each of those individual Novas can get damage formula and they can crit or not crit, etc. It can work out very differently in practice. Afterburner is kind of underwhelming in my testing, and that was at Chaos 20, Chaos 35. Enemies have a lot more health, and the Afterburner doesn't do more damage. Is Awe respecting with the recent patch Clawbringer, or is it easier to free up those 3 points or something else? Awe is still a good skill, Borbatron. It's still a good skill. The crit damage from Awe is still extremely valuable. The crit chance, a lot less impactful, but it's still better than nothing. And if you're going down to the capstone, it's like you may as well. It's right there. I'm gonna conserve my ammo and use the sticky. Working on his tanky boy. He is. How you doing, Blueface? Loki Legend, hope you're well. There we go. Drill's my least favorite boss with his ability spam to get his shield back makes me sick. He doesn't really spam, it's just he's a DPS check. That's the thing. If you don't have the DPS to outpace it, it gets really frustrating really quickly. And some setups just don't have the mechanical DPS for that. It's worth stacking things like cooldown, both rings and amulet and hero points, get made redundant after so much investment. Yeah, the way cooldown calculates, Fleece, is each cooldown rate increase will be a percentage of the remainder. So it's not like getting 100% cooldown makes your cooldown 0. So cooldown is a stat that quickly gets devalued the more you get of it. It's not diminishing returns, but it's diminishing value. So it's like, there's situations where, for example, this happened in Borderlands 3 with Amara. Amara was so starved for cooldown before Expedite was fixed that she still took it in every slot possible, despite the fact that that included a skill that was 5% cooldown per skill point. Low value, like, just kind of a terrible skill, but she still took it, because cooldown was that useful. So I'd say cooldown stacking doesn't have too much value in this game, especially when there's several ways around it, such as the Thurge Amulet and the Berserker Capstone. And Ancient Hilt as well on melee weapons, particularly a Goblin Pickaxe with a Ancient Hilt. Very, very good at preventing that situation. trying out every spell I could with the Blast Gas double knot setup. Barrel Maker can actually do work. Barrel Maker's so satisfying, too. It definitely gets points for that.
Let's get casting and blasting.
And Harbinger coming in clutch. Just saved my ass 3 times. Same with other stats. Different stats will have different formula stuff, but you don't really need to look at other stats that way. Barrel Maker can bounce off enemy projectiles though, so there's a lot of comedy value. Yeah. At least it doesn't do self-damage, right, Moonface? At least it doesn't do self-damage. Oh, no. Jack. Oh, it's that one. Sure it doesn't? Yes. I've blown it up on my physical person, and it doesn't do self-damage. There it is.
This killed Spellshot to me. Dying in game is pointless. It's pointless to keep fighting when all you need is to let the enemies kill you and just do nothing. Double knot kills them anyway. Thanks, casuals. You got the snowflake game you wanted.
Beautiful adaptation of that pasta, Jack. Thank you for the 22 months at the tier 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Does one of them have any second base CDR? Yes. Ancient Hilt on class 1. Or not class 1, melee weapons. Actually, no, that's not second base. That's, percentage off. So, like, it's not a cooldown reduction. It's not a cooldown rate reduction boost. It's a flat amount of the cooldown based on a percentage refunded. So it's different than both. But I figure that's relevant to the topic. Where'd that come from? Jack resub message. You mean the original pasta, Owl? It was someone being mad about the extra projectile bug fix in BL3, I believe. Why does that happen sometimes? Yeah, sometimes your sigil just kind of forgets your friend and just blocks your own shit.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Lurk, check out Godfall first time, have fun. Ooh, enjoy Godfall Flow. Enjoy it. I'll repeat this pro tip. If you're having trouble dodging Drill's attacks in this phase, just get closer to him. Like, stepping into the purple water is the best way of dodging them. And I didn't manage my ammo well, so this is gonna snowball a little bit. That's fine. I can recover that.
Simple geometry.
And having this in cryo element would be real nice for the setup.
Ready to go. Here, my faithful customers. My blade! Only sharper! Impenetrable!
Good progress. Luckily, shotgun ammo is just really efficient when using Torgue stickies. Like, very little ammo consumed to the amount you actually have. That's why it's my my backup weapon of choice here. Even with the poor matchup of element.
Looks like magic back on the menu. This world's no place to be. Get stuck.
There we go. Hey, Deep Zombie, welcome back. Spent so many crystals on good body rocker. Yeah, it's tough. When are we expecting a Torgue blanket nerf? I'd be very surprised if Torgue Inferior didn't get toned down at some point. But I'm also surprised that the Buffmeister still hasn't gotten touched. So,
You're in full
I don't know.
bloom, ain't ya? Let's fly. Mana's tapped out.
The Ludite one-shots? Not a one-shot, mechanically, but yeah. Ludite, Body Rocker, Load Buster, Encapsulator. That's the first string for each weapon type.
Good day. Untouchable. Spell swords are ready. Hold out the oven.
Ouch. What are you doing in my swamp? Come revive me. Okay. Forgot about the ding dong. Oh yes, the ding dong of passion. Can't forget that one. Hey Harry, how you doing? How's my day going? It's going okay. It's going okay. I haven't started my second playthrough yet, but D20s and Myth Rank both carry over from character to character now, right? Yes, just the luck dice and the Myth Rank. Now, Myth Rank will not turn on for a character until that character is level 40, but otherwise, yes, it's shared across all your level 40 characters. And your dice are just shared across all your characters. Torque stuff very dependent on the gear you get, and the ShamWai shotgun tech can't be removed without removing the ShamWai. That's true, but the Torgue sticky nerfs aren't uncharted territory, Cranberry. In Borderlands 3, they did an early nerf to both the shotgun and the pistol sticky values in that game. The ARs were never good, and the launchers remained untouched because they required more investment anyway. So it's not unheard of for them to lower the sticky multiplier. Like, these shotguns, perfect parted, have an 18% sticky mult per sticky, and since I boosted this 3 mag up to a 5 mag, I'm able to apply 54 in one sitting. So 54 times 18 is the extra damage value that every single one of those hits is getting. That's what makes Torgue stickies so ridiculously strong. And that's something they did tone down in very, very early Borderlands 3 that did not make it into this game. Hey Samwraith, how you doing? Question, not sure how much you played Greyborn. I played it a fair bit. What you going for? How can I help? Rereading Jujutsu Kaisen to get a reference images, I feel bad for Mai every time I read it. Yeah. Mai's one of those characters that you're like, man, you suck. And then you get backstory and you're like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Feels bad. Let's hit the shotgun bunny. I realized shotgun's 18%, thought it was like 9%. It's gonna get tuned. Yeah, that's my thinking as well. It's 18% on perfect parted. Launchers go up to 75%, shotguns go up to 18, and pistols are like 32 or 36. Something crazy like that. And pistols are in like the 30s. That's why Luddites are so cracked. Because they're times 3. You can get like 4 shots out of them, and it's yeah. Is Pixie counted as a companion? Someone told me bonuses you get for the damage bonus don't apply with that. Pixie does not count as an active companion for Faithful Thralls, Samwraith, but it does benefit from your companion damage boosts. Any specific ones you have benefits from your all damage. So Pixies are still great, even if they're not counting towards Faithful Thralls. Hey, Reparation. Hope Blue Bunny's treat me well. Hopefully. I'm honestly seeing too many legendaries right now. I'm going for purples here, though. Doesn't get companion crit, though. It gets crit from spell crit. Right, because it's damage source spell. If something can blast gasp, then it is a spell. Even if it gets scaling from other means, it is a spell. If something can blast chill, it is melee. Even if it gets damage source from other things. And crit chance goes off the original damage source. So, like, Pixies that can blast gas will go off of spell crit. Snake Stick Hydras will go off of melee crit. I do want some good circuitous gyres, but I don't know which parts to go for. Anyone who's used this gun, what parts do you recommend? Do you go for high mag, low projectile? Do you go for max projectile count? What's your game plan with this gun? I do want to build around it. So you can get a times 6 like this, you can get a times 12, but the times 12 is 2 ammo per shot. Want big mag? That's what I figured. So that tier 1 skill won't receive bonuses, would I say the Hydras? The Hydras will get it. Well, more accurately, the Pixies get the bonus, they don't provide the bonus, Samwraith, if that makes sense. But the Hydras will both cause it and receive it. Trying to get a strong pet build together. Pixies are still some of the peak damage this game can, like, provide. Pixies are probably the single most ridiculous thing in this entire game. Higher mag, low projectile. Okay, so high mag times 6. Cool. Don't you want a higher max? This gimmick is more damage for shooting longer? Yes. And more mag does also mean better value out of ammo regen, which extends it even further. This is a 10 mag times 6. I'll grab that for now so I remember. Also, I forgot to clear out my bank, so we're probably gonna have to dump a lot of stuff on the next run. Highest I've seen is 14 mag. Cool. Thank you. Get and receive the Hydras was more better focus for pets and move towards endgame. I don't want to be watching vendors drops for the wrong things. So let me put something in perspective for you, Samurai. The Pixies that still don't stack up Faithful Thralls for you, they like one-shot bosses. That's how much damage a fully invested Pixie will do. So the fact that it doesn't stack up Faithful Thralls is utterly inconsequential, because you can get Faithful Thralls through other means. And even if you couldn't, it's just less valuable. Pixies are dumb. There's a reason why I don't use them, and it's not because of them not stacking Faithful Thralls. It's because they're extremely strong, and to a point where it's not really interesting to me anymore. Pixies are busted. I'm sure lots of people in chat can vouch for Pixies being, scary. So that counter feint has roid, so I'm not gonna get rid of that. You don't need Faithful Thralls. The way to one-shot doesn't even use Graveborn. That's not the way. It's a way. But we're talking specifically Graveborn stuff in this case. Sure thing, Mr. Adblock. You can do that. Wish Claw had some skills that played nice with other pets. Yeah, it doesn't, does it? That's interesting. Yeah, it really doesn't. My sigil blocked my bolt again. It's gonna make me not run a sigil, and I don't like that. I don't want to go back to non-sigil lands. Sigils are comfy. And freezing enemies like that is, yes. Oh yeah, this is low-key just, like, also a bow build. If I had more Spore Warden power, the bow itself would be killing more, but you see it's capable. Class setup, you think would make snipers work? All of them. Snipers are good. It's not a make snipers work thing, Moonface. It's a snipers do big damage. They're guns that do big damage thing. You take a Sawmill, you put it on any build that shoots gun, Sawmill's gonna absolutely shred everyone. Carouser, really high single shot damage. Like, Carouser slaps hard. Envy requires a bit more investment around the concept. Probably want to start doing Amp if you're not already, but Envy can absolutely work. Steep Prod, very ammo intensive, but very good at mobbing. Antique Greatbow. The unused version one-shots bosses, and the used version is still an extremely good weapon for just shooting enemies. Think about it. It's a at a primordial, it's about 700 times 7 per shot. 700 times 7, and it's 2 ammo per shot. Yeah, 2 ammo per shot. So like, good gun. The only bad sniper in this game is the Kaokon. It's the only bad one. They're all absolutely sick otherwise. So that was our good run of ammo in 20 seconds without Shamwai stuff. Not using the Greatbow. If you use a used Greatbow, you will not run out of ammo. because it is ammo efficient. You would also not run out with the Carouser. You would not run out with an Envy. Those are ammo efficient sniper rifles. Now with a Ski Prod or a Sawmill, yeah, absolutely you'd run out. That's why Ski Prod is a bit awkward, because it's a mobbing gun that has ammo problems. But Sawmill is a bossing gun that has ammo problems. So you just kill the boss before you run out. Easy. Great bow's only good once, and then it becomes a good bow. Remember, the used great bow is 1/10 the damage. 1/10 the damage of the highest card damage gun in the game is still higher than most guns. Like, a used great bow, at Primordial, I'll say it again, is around 700 times 7. 700 times 7. For reference, this Fear Not is 700. Well, what else can we compare that to? Yes, this Primordial times 4 Sawmill I got yesterday from Vorkanar. The times 2 would have been better, especially with the high mag size, but still, I'll take it. This is 797 times 4. So add another 3 projectiles to this, and then make it cost half the ammo. That's a used bow. Probably make the Pixie insane if Thrall gave it that bonus. It would be non-impactful, because Pixies are already insane. What's the Great Bow's fire rate? It's like 0.9-ish off the top of my head, not HP. Imagine if you could burr it. That sounds scary. Does the gyro fire rate cap out? I've not tested. Hey, y'all goat cheese. I've not used the gun enough to know that. But I'm curious as well. Because building around that's probably the optimal way. Like, knowing how long it takes for it to cap out, and you don't need to worry about sustaining that too much, because, you know, enemies will die at that point. Guess I need to look at last gas setups. For Sawmill in mobbing, sure. For the other snipers, no. Like, honestly, Moonface, just use the guns. Trust me. Like, trust me. The ammo problems are not that bad. The only ones you'll find yourself having ammo problems with are the Sawmill and the Ski Prod. If you use any of the other ones I described, you will not have ammo problems. Carouser is 1 ammo per shot. 1 ammo per shot with ricochets, and with no SDU investment you get 84. Or you might start at 72 for snipers, I don't remember. Great Bow being 2 ammo per shot also is really efficient. It's the snipers that cost 2 ammo per shot or more and also have a fast fire rate are the ones that are going to run out your ammo. You don't need to worry about ammo regen otherwise. ShamWai plus low level torque shotty with gyro could be fun. I personally don't have much interest in the ShamWai stuff because it's like, it's one of those things that once you introduce it, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm not surprised this does what it does. And if you're doing that ShamWai stuff with anything other than torque stickies, you're just adding something flashy with no real substance. It's like, meh. It doesn't interest me. But we all know how effective ShamWai stuff is, so. Hey English, how you doing? Actually like Carouser on my fire build. Carouser's just a good gun. Just a good gun. Do have a volatile sawmill here, 1691 times 2. Now that's the kind of thing, I whip that one out on bosses. Times 2 is my personal preference because it is the most ammo efficient of the sawmill variants. What's the mag size on it? I'm just curious. It won't affect really the advice I give, but I'm just curious. Pigwort. There we go. Goblin can throw himself off the nearest cliff. Pigwort's a raid boss. Primordial. Honestly, that's pretty good. Ability crit damage and shotgun crit damage. What can I use this with, though? It's a fingertip pulse, so maybe a deathless build? Really been enjoying Masher Black Powder pistols. Yeah, they're really good. They're really good. Especially the crossbow barrel ones, because you got a ×5 pistol with a fire rate of like 8 per second, and then you get the crossbow bonus stacked up super quickly. Very nice. Very comfy. Play the game a lot solo, but also play with a best friend of mine. They're obsessed with pixies, makes playing with them not fun, unfortunately. Yeah, some people get a lot of enjoyment out of seeing health bars disappear, and they don't care how they do it. For me, I like seeing the health bar disappear, but if it's a pixie build where I have no involvement other than pressing reload and then waiting, like with this build, the reason I like lightning bolts is because it's still, I'm directing the damage. I need to aim these lightning bolts. Yeah, me aiming. And then there's some positioning requirements if I want the ricochets to do work, and it's involved. Pixies, you just spawn them and then they play the game for you. That's why I don't find them interesting. And I'm not exaggerating the power of pixies, by the way. Like, I'm talking tens of millions DPS. Like, actual DPS, damage per second. Yeah, they're in the tens of millions per second when optimized. It's kind of game-breaking. Which cap are you taking? No cap. I'm tier 5 over here, and I've unlocked tier 5 here, but I'm not spec'd. Funny that the one build that requires literally no aiming is one you don't enjoy. That is funny. There's something ironic about that. I was known in the Borderlands 3 theory crafting scene a lot for making lots of builds that didn't require conventional aiming. But the thing with a lot of those builds is they did require either active participation or positioning checks. So like Nova builds, Nova spam builds in BL3 for example. You did need to know the range of your Nova very well. You needed to know how it interacted with elevation and certain pieces of terrain. There was a lot of positioning involved in clearing efficiently with those builds. At least with competitive times. And with builds like my Reflect build that also used Ground Slams. Well, Ground Slam is a positioning check. It's also very high risk, high reward. And Reflect is an RNG mitigation mechanic. So there were layers to it. With Pixies, it's just press button and wait. That's all. Love a solid gun build, doesn't rely on pixies or spells. Yeah, I gotta workshop my Clawbringer setup a little more. I do want to go back to doing gun claw stuff. Maybe we work on that a bit today. Peregrine builds are all about positioning checks. Make sure you aren't near the exploding grenades. That too. That too. That was a big important part. Pixies don't kill you. Another sigil W. This attack from Son of a Witch? Yeah, I can't go through sigils.
Bring that one
It's
down.
beautiful.
Ready to bring the arcane pain. Arcane armor. Take aim. Focus on that one.
That one can't go through either. Easy. Ow.
There's only one way you're just what I needed. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead or the same.
I use pixies if they're like a backup. I can just one-shot everything with spells. Yeah. Spells already skill crazy enough in this game. Does build only work with Barrage, or do you think something similar could work with Blizzard plus Soak Effect? Still haven't given up on Blizzard. Blizzard doesn't provide anything here, time I got back. So, Barrage is directly good damage. It is continual triggers of Enrage and various enchants we're using. There's this enchant we use to get infinite Barrage. Barrage enables this, which Blizzard doesn't. Blizzard is just, like, not at all good here. Now, there is a setup that I'm working on with Blizzard, using it for action skill active only for a companion setup. But Blizzard does not have a home on this setup, no, to answer the question more directly. It would just be a self-nerf. Morning, Fusion Rogue, how you doing? What am I rolling for, chat? Ah, yeah, shotguns. One more shotguns. Rack stab equals dodge the fish slab. You have to dodge the fish slab while positioning, knowing where your racks might go. Volatile rain of arrows. Ooh, ×5. Picking that up, even though that's worse than a ×6. Like, you have to position based on where your racks might go, where your grenade's gonna drop, where your Nova's gonna hit. And then there's also just closing the gap with enemies is sometimes easier said than done. One thing I like about this game is gap closing is very easy with sigils. Makes it super safe. Is Sharksbane the one with the good gun damage stat? Yes.
Now that's the
Yes,
good
it is.
stuff.
Okay, what do we got? ×12 kettle drum. I'm still keeping an eye out for that ×25 3 mag. Dark Magic Crossblade, but it's a 2 mag. Not ideal there. Heads up, I don't run gun damage builds in multiplayer lobbies, something's bugged with regards to damage output. Do you have any more info, Exempt? That sounds scary, and I'd like to know more. Hey Sora, how you doing today? Oh yeah, I don't remember if I went over spec recently, so for anyone who was curious, it's similar to the spell shot chucking setup, spell shot War Warden. We've just opted to try out some Berserker stuff using Cape of Tides instead of a Paradigm, and Sigil instead of a Tidebreaker. This Harbinger is Berserker Power instead of Spell Shot. It's Berserker Frost instead of Spell Shot Fire. Everything else is the same. The shield, the rings, the melee weapon, the weapons. Skill tree wise, tier 5 here, and then unlock tier 5 here, but we're 2 points short of capstone investment over here. Play the angles doesn't affect the lightning bolts, so we don't care about it. It would help the stickies on the shotgun, but I personally prioritize getting the stuff over here more. Morning, Lowline. How you doing? Does putting on more loot luck gear make a difference when using loot rabbits? That's something that it likely doesn't. It depends. So, the way the game worked before the patch, I've not tested it since the patch, because they changed a couple things they claimed were visual. Your loot luck would only visually update on map transition. Now, I don't know if that's still true. I don't have a loot luck gear piece to test that at the moment, I don't think. But if your loot luck visually updates in the menu, then sure, go for it. If it doesn't, then it's something you want to have equipped when you go into the map. And then you can change. May also be careful with who you're playing multiplayer with. Yeah, good advice, Pupty. How you doing, by the way? Sounds like an easy excuse for somebody with modded gear to just say the lobby's bugged to you. Yes. But there are netcode multiplayer problems. In this game and in previous games, so. Seems isn't taking into account something for damage, and solo lobby can run an all-elite feature, not a single issue. In two-player group, has tickling enemies, the same content. Hydra companions seem to not be able to target properly either. Did you happen to catch the level of the enemies exempt? Like, the level that it showed? Because, yesterday, someone was saying that they were encountering level 100 enemies in a public lobby, and that's because someone was messing with their game. Rogue Imp just doesn't do damage in multiplayer. The Garcia shotgun in Borderlands 3, the fire rate never worked in multiplayer. In this game, reload speed bonuses are visually not shown, so you can still shoot while you're reloading because you'll have reloaded, but the animation won't catch up. That's a weird co-op netcode thing. Enemies are all normal levels. It's entirely possible there could be something that's not calculating appropriately. It's possible. Let's do an extended run, try to get some raid bosses in. I should buy ammo first. Multiplayer bugs in a LANs game? Never. They really do be like that. You tried the White Rider on a Stavos status effect build, doing way more damage, looking cool for me, loving that build. White Rider doesn't really have a super noteworthy dot by my recollection. What's the dot on a White Rider? I mean, the gun up front just does good damage. I'll say it's close to gun damage value. I mean, White Rider's card damage is not really indicative of its actual damage either, so that's a weird one. Like, its card damage is like 300, but it hits way harder than that in practice. Because laser. So it could be really good. I like Crossblade in status effect builds because it can apply to. It's got a higher crit chance, it can pass through multiple things, and it does have a very high dot value. Big Crossblade fan. So White Rider dot could be one of those things like how, You know, as I mentioned, laser guns have deceptively low card value. Then it remembers the Cutsman in BL3. Low card damage, but still very high DPS weapon. My lightning bolt hit my sigil. Why does it do that?
Not dead, just a whole lot angrier.
$969 on a 439 card damage White Rider. Meh.
I don't kill for free.
Does that compare to anything I have here? This one's 706. It's still higher than most guns, I'd say. Crossblade dot, though. That shit hits different. Those are my two primary ones, White Rider, Dark and Poison Cross. Nice. White Rider I have on me is close to 2 times its card gun damage. That checks out. Has anyone seen a bug where Healing Vengeance is the curse shown that Spinners is the actual curse? Their curse name is very similar. Trapped Hearts is the Spinners, so the names are very similar. I've made that mistake before personally. I will admit. You set your myth rank? Unfortunately, no, Venerated 14. There's currently no myth rank reset mechanic, nor is there a toggle. It's something that I hope they're working on, because myth rank is just a problem. Whether it's people getting uncapped stat boosts, or people going into multiplayer and having their profile fucked with by randoms who want to cause them pain, and then they have no recourse for correcting the issue. Trapped Hearts on a melee build, big poo-poo. Yeah, not a fan. Definitely not a fan. Really wish the Phase Orb was given more love in BO3. It would have been so fun with the Cutsman. Phase Flare's biggest problem was it was not, like, it feels like it was almost in the wrong game. Because there were so many areas and enemies it just didn't work in, whether it was the terrain or the enemy hitboxes. It's just like, it was so out of place. Ghostblade in this game is everything Phase Flare was trying to be. Like, it's with a melee associated tree. You can move it, and it doesn't have terrain snafus. Ghostblade is everything Phase Flare was attempting to be. Ghostblade feels more consistent in mobbing, very satisfying. Yeah. It's not even one of my favorite action skills, but it is just objectively better designed than Phase Flare. Also, the little attention to detail of when you move it, your character will point in an appropriate direction. So, like, if you move it to your left, your character points that way. If you move it to your right, your character points that way. Like, I like that. Little things like that make me smile. Got a shock sawmill for drill. He doesn't resist shock, does he? In the lightning phase, he does. But his ward might not. I think it's like just his flesh, if I remember correctly. Yeah, even if he does in that one phase, that he won't in the other two. So, at most, he'll resist it in like one half of one phase turn. He should be good.
One of these lands in an idiot. Bet you wish you'd turned away. I've got all the magic I need.
Me earlier today. Okay, I should be able to get like 10 shards done today. Armistice. Here's a full list of shit that takes a whole day to do. There isn't much overlap. Have fun. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I haven't been booting up Godfall much lately, because I just, with all the Wonderlands content I'm trying to do, I don't have time to do both. Got a blessing for Butt Stallion to a skill named Boom Headshot. When I check my skill tree, it turns out a skill Headhunter is planes forward. Yeah, I talked about this a couple streams ago, Handsome Sultan. Yes, Headhunter shows as Boom Headshot. Maybe it means that the skill name was changed at some point in development, and they missed updating it there. But yeah, I've noticed the same. You explain how the paradigm makes Blast Chill melee so much stronger in a burst stat where Blast Chill can hit the 50+ million range to do melee and ability damage and double dips. Well, I'll tackle those one by one. Does it double dip? Yes. It deals ability damage, and it's based off of the instance that does melee damage. So melee damage will boost the hit that spawned the Blast Chill. Ability damage will boost the Blast Chill itself, and any global damage bonuses will boost both the original and the Blast Chill, meaning the Blast Chill will double dip it. So a paradigm will increase the base hit substantially, and then the ability part of it will increase the Blast Chill. Basically, you can formula go burr. It's like the difference between using, say, a splash gun on Moe's to short fuse and not using the splash gun. The splash gun's at a much higher peak because it's an extra thing that double dipped into. So, min-maxing around Blast Chill formula creates some scary shit. What some skulls do? You destroy them, and then they will fly into a little receptacle that you can interact with, and you get some extra crystals. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Any Rex for Claw 35 clears for a build? I like, personally, running a gun-based Clawbringer. My gun claw is currently spec'd into Spore Warden as well, though I'll likely be changing that. I gotta revisit my Clawbringer. Another thing that could work out well is building around the Hammer Throw. You could take Claw Capstone, Hammer Throw, you know, the usual of Paradigm, Spellblade. And for your second class, you could take Berserker if you want Blast Chill on it, or Spell Shot if you just want the easy way out damage-wise. You can just toss a hammer a bunch of things, kill them all. There's a few concepts I've been wanting to work with. I do need more gear for Clawbringer. So Clawbringer is not bad on Chaos 35. It's just gear dependent. Same way it was early Chaos 20 before people found what worked. Doing well. Getting light pollution build up and running. Let's go. Hey, Yakumers, how you doing? Would Claw work with Savo, do a hammer element build? Yeah, please. I think that could work very well. If you go down to Alchemical Agent in the Sabo tree, the one that applies a significant dot whenever you melee crit, because then you could hammer throw to apply that dot, and each hammer throw is 2 instances of melee damage. There's one on the trip there, one on the trip back. So you got 2 chances to apply that really strong dot. And with Claw and Stabbo jointly being the most crit-oriented characters, Clawbringer having Awe and Stabbo having Class Feet, you can get some pretty significant crit rate on that dot as well. Clawbringer also having Dragon Aura for elemental damage, and Clawbringer providing sources of lightning damage is noteworthy because the hammer is lightning, half of Storm Smite is lightning, Oath of Thunder bonus element is lightning, and Soak, the new mechanic from the DLC, wants you to do lightning damage. All fits nicely together. Claw Stabbo is a combo I would definitely have an interest in. What's the name of that combo? Claw Stalker, I believe? Kind of metal. Yeah, Claw Stalker, cool. Borderlands 1 enhanced is booted. Get back into Wonderlands now. Let's go, Carrion. How you doing? Hammer Zerker's working for me, still working on optimizing my gear. Yeah, Blast Chill on Hammer Throw sounds super satisfying. Infrequent, but satisfying. And Berserker also adds in the Enrage bonus element you get on that. A good damage formula in general for the throw. Berserker Tree having a better damage formula than Stabbo Tree. It's just Alchemical Agent is the deal breaker there. Stabbo really is like a 3-trick pony. It's, you have Alchemical Agent, you have From the Shadows, and then you have, like, your skill rolls. Like, Stabbo Spell is the Magic Bullets class roll, for example. Berserker just has a better tree.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
You could also do the freezing tech that I'm doing here. And Berserker would help this, because Berserker has cryo efficiency and Icebreaker to increase your damage to cryoed enemies. And then Melee also gets the innate bonus of 3 times mult against frozen enemies. So you could, for your hammer throws, you could run in, use this sigil, wait for them to freeze, and then throw the hammer. And that could be significant damage. Claw Stabbo armor gets Awe 2 for max attention for critical characters. Yeah, Claw Stabbo, you'd go 6 out of 3 Awe, which is 66% crit chance. Then you have your Class Feat, which is being boosted by Class Power as well, so you'd run a, if you wanted more crit, a Stabbo Power Amulet. If you wanted more damage on your hammer throw, say you'd run a Claw Power one. But yeah, with Class Power in the mix, your Class Feat would be giving you at least 45%. So your crit chances for everything across the board would just kind of be doubled with that multi-class combo. Then if you're using a gun like a Crossblade that gets an elevated innate crit chance, it could be pretty spicy. And unspecified crit boosts like that are generally overvalued. Like, it doesn't give you guaranteed crits having that amount. But there are things that do not have innate crit multipliers that those help. So, for example, Storm Smite Capstone. Awe and Stabbo Class Feat are some of the only things that can increase the consistency of crit on that. Although you have ability crit chance, so like that's a thing, but that's difficult to get. Dots, more specifically, do not have an associated crit chance stat. So Stabbo Claw is going to have the greatest uptime on crits on dots. And there's advantages to going that route instead of using From the Shadows to make things crit more consistently, because From the Shadows eats your action skill slot. If you wanted to, say, build around the hammer throw specifically, well, you're out of luck there. So on and so forth. Things like item damage effect. So if you're trying to use a full battery lightning bolt or a Nova Ward for damage, getting the crit chance from Stabbo and Claw would help that significantly. Hammer throw plus blast chill, and then you insta-kill the next mob with Echo. Yeah, that sounds fun. So many builds I want to do, have so little time. Yeah, I feel you, Fleece. I really do. Trust Magic's the absolute most fun modifier to take on Berserker. Yeah, it just makes you monstrously tanky. It's so funny. Elite Pig War put me in my place last night. He's harder than 80% of normal bosses. True. Cape of Tides works well with Hammer Berserker because all the frost and lightning. Right. As long as you accept that your fire damage is getting neutered a little bit, but you can kind of adjust to a degree. Malcrod's some difficult bosses for the second area to go to in the game. Pig Warhead, Porkinar. Well, Malcrod's optional, so that plays a big role. Elective difficulty, you know? Making sure I have my poison element here not equipped. Hi Press, how you doing?
Let's make this interesting.
Possible to do makers in the new featured run? What do you mean new? Featured run does not roll over for another 2 days. If you mean the existing one, I don't know. I haven't tried. Got by the spike. It's just a fun fight. This is easily my favorite of the raid bosses. There's a rhythm to Bunny Dog that I'm like, yes. Bunny Dog, whatever. Start a shotgun, only play through a spell shot. Nice. Literally for one requirement of an Armistice shard, you need to get to floor 27 of set of Tower Trials to be most efficient with it. Buns and hogs. Using Animal last night with capes feels really good. Ooh, that's a good shout. Volatile body rune with no augments. Do I care about that? No. No, I don't. Me and my friends beat all 4 raid bosses in a row because they didn't know the minigames activate them. One friend basically soloed the maker. Nice, Irish. Nice. Does chaos levels affect how many crystals you get? Yes. Yes, it does. Got a volatile times 2 liquid cooling. Is unaware how much one could have a sexual attraction to a video game. I'm glad you you have that, T-Doggedy. How you doing? Also, this skeep, chat. This is a skeep. This is definitely a skeep. Hey Flix, how you doing? Shotgun bunny again. Let's keep skeep. Can confirm, definitely skeep. The addiction is back. Listen, I can stop rolling this bunny anytime I want to. I just don't want to. Volatile Divergent. I've not had good success with the Divergent yet, but I'm not willing to write it off yet. It needs more testing. I also need to clear out my bank so that I have room to transfer some items to my gun claw for when I do that. Pain. Inventory management is not my strong suit. Since they brought Slag back, can they bring Rad Solutions back too? They didn't bring Slag back though. Don, people who refuse to develop a personality outside of a 10-year-old game keep saying, look, it's Slag, it's Slag, it's Slag. I'm like, no, it's not back. Slag was dog shit and Soaked isn't. Simple as that. This has been my one message, goodbye. Oh, what was the message? See a picture of this in your Discord, made it so you can use whatever class mod, whatever character in PL2 in this multi-classing mod, and the comm actually shows up in the character model. It's the funniest shit. That's cool. That's really cool. I like it. What's a tier list when it comes to inferiors? Tier lists are dumb, Sandwich, so I don't make those. I'm rolling out the hot takes today. Let's hit the melee bunny. I do want primordial banshees. Soaked is specific and has a drawback. And does not clutter an entire element of the drop pool. And it's not RNG application unless you are using the cape. I don't really need that Rain of Arrows. I can get rid of that one. Beverage tier list. You think, Braxis? That could be fun. How much money do I have? Not even remotely enough for an STU. My bank's at 508. Ooh, 508. That means I can transfer stuff. Is there anything worth sending over to my Clawbringer? That sawmill, maybe. Maybe a Tidebreaker. Thinking. Okay. Oh yeah, I duped this because I wanted another one. For transferring over purposes. That needs to go over to my companion build, but that can wait. People can actually play this game, not hoard every item they find. Yeah, I don't think those people exist, Jay. I really don't think they do. Let's just see what state my claw is in right now. I haven't touched it in a few days. Melee versus raid bosses is pain. Weirdly with that, Irish, yellow is the easiest one. Bunny is the easiest one. Because you can just kind of get there and... It's not flying like Gloop, and it's not actively murdering you every 2 nanoseconds like Bark. Just kind of vibing. Alright, so... I think I want to move away from Spore on this setup. Maybe try Stabo for the dot stuff, and for the hammer throw stuff, and for the stuff. This paradigm will not be useful to me if I'm not running that. This is a Claw Stabo armor with 3 in Awe. It's an Amnesia, though. Am I that ballsy? It's Claw Stabo with Smart Armor. That could be okay, actually. That could be okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's try that out. Let's see how this feels. Joint training. Make sure you spend your enchant currency so you don't overcap. Good shout, Dirk. Thank you. That's a good reminder. I appreciate you. Oh, you're a real one. Thank you. Morning, Foster. How you doing? Trying to spread love. Made my first significant push into Chaos Chamber last night. Really enjoying the game. Everyone's doing okay today. Doing great. Doing great. And yeah, I'm glad you're getting into the chamber. One of us. One of us. Follow-up doesn't apply to hammer throw. I remember that being a thing. That doesn't leave me enough room to get to alchemical. I don't want to give up Storm Smite yet, though. So this is sciencey. We're trying things. What else do I get out of this tree if I don't go alchemical, though? That's the thing with Stablo tree. This sucks. This, if I'm not actively swinging a melee weapon, sucks. This sucks if I'm not doing live wire stuff with actual swing. This, good if I take that, otherwise sucks. That could be okay for what I'm doing here. So I need to spend 2 mostly dead skill points here. I guess I take Potent Poisons. Nimble Fingers, okay, I'm back to spending shit skill points. Why rebuke? Damage reduction. We don't have a lot of sustain here, so damage reduction from Indomitable, damage reduction from rebuke. Also, just like it's that or Oath of Thunder. I'm gonna do something weird. Ugh. Where's the best kind of stuff? Can't get Alchemical Capsule and Claw, which is sad. Yeah, probably for the best for other multi-class combos that you can't get that many points. But yeah. Alright, we're trying this. Haste over crit damage. Have you looked at the formula, Loki Legend? Because sneak attack is terrible. It's kind of hilariously shit. So this crit damage, one, it's 3% per point, which is nothing. Two, it is additive with this. With strength, which we have 52.5% from strength right now. So yeah, sneak attack is, it's just one of the lowest value skills in the entire game. Actually horrible.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
What is Haste doing for this build? What's the first thing that Haste says? Down in the current effect section. What are you doing at almost all times on almost all builds? I don't know what I'm rolling for on this one. Get the Sawmill. I didn't transfer it. I'm gonna try without it for a bit. What cast damage dealt? Does that work out well here? That'll be okay. It's a lot of gun damage to lose. I'll just stick with the triple ice spike, see how that goes. But I want to freeze enemies. The triple ice spike's good damage. We'll test it. It's science. Science hours.
Enter if you
Okay.
dare. But seriously,
Move speed's always been and will remain one of the best offensive defensive support stats for any game. Yes. Things that can't catch up to you can't hit you.
I'll fight your ugly new dog.
129k hammer throws, that's pretty okay. Run a shitload of spell radius with Empowering Sigil. At the moment, no. At the moment, I have no radius increases. I could. I probably should go grab a radius ring for this sigil. But at the moment, I'm not. What sigil spell using the follows you like that? An Empowering Sigil, Batraster. So the Empowering prefix for sigils lowers the duration, but makes it follow you. And if you get that in the Frost element, it's one of the fastest freezing things in the entire game. So you can just kind of have that protective barrier for projectiles, but also anything that gets close gets slowed and, in many cases, frozen. So you can get that melee multiplier, and if you're a Berserker, you get your Icebreaker multiplier as well. Also, it's got an 11-second cooldown base with a 5-second duration. That's already pretty close to 50% uptime without any cooldown increases. Farming Wastard, because you always need more Spellblades, he won't drop any of his Dedicateds. Dedicated farming has been unkind to the players since the franchise began. So yeah, that's not news to me. I didn't check on my other slots. This body rune's fine. Extra nimble fingers. Oh, that's cool, actually. Oh. Maybe I do go for that amnesia, because thinking about it, smart armor, the consistency's off. Also, oh, there's a smart armor bug I should probably tell you guys about. Karma did some testing on this, Bad Karma. And Days confirmed it yesterday. Smart armor turns off when you go through a map transition. So you need to unequip it and re-equip it. Kind of annoying. Let's try out that amnesia instead. Thank you, Kirk. So it's not so smart armor? Yeah. You catch the remake of the Wii Force Unleashed releasing on Switch like a week ago? I did. I did see that. It's pretty cool. Yo, Butt Stally boosting all? Let's go. We're the all bringer. What's our crit chance look like? That's pretty good. 45% on melee attack? That's pretty good. What does Nimble Fingers do? It's fire rate and spell damage for a bit after you melee. Deal melee damage, I should say. And since I'm using a spell blade, spell damage improves my hammer throw. Fire rate makes my crossblade kind of a DPS monster. Crossblade looks like it's doing work. Crossblade slaps. Really good gun. And like we mentioned earlier, the dot value of this thing, pretty good. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick though. Hey Wolfie, how you doing? BRB, 1 second. Okay, I'm good. It's actually a false alarm. Been having stomach stuff. And I was like, but no, it was fine. This feels pretty good. Amnesia's not ideal here, but getting like these on... What armor would I want here? Would I want a Tide Cape, honestly? Because it lowers my fire, but increases my lightning. What do you think, chat? What armor fits here? Paradigm, I guess? You know, does the obvious thing. Amalgam never bad. Amalgam's always a safe bet, yeah. Want my Claw Hammer to do massive damage and have no cooldown? Yeah, you could absolutely get that Irish. At base, without any skill cooldown stuff. Claw Hammer, if you retract it as fast as possible, is about 5 seconds. If you do that, it's about 5 seconds. If you have cooldown boost, though, that's even faster. You could probably comfortably, without over-investing into cooldown, get that down to, like, 4 to 3. Yeah, the problem with Amnesia here is I don't have any healing, and my formula is kind of making the Amnesia dot hurt a lot. Ooh, that was a good dot I left in the Tooth Fairy. Ooh. You guys see that dot? That was pretty good. Skip Amnesia on most builds, just too risky. I like it on Graveborn because you have Sanguine Sacrament to just kind of outpace it. But yeah, it is very risky. Double radius cooldown part? Empowering Sigil? Yes fucking please. Hello? That's actually perfect. That puts it down to a 10.1 second base cooldown. That's big radius. It's a hot take if I say that I hope Pixies get nerfed. Not a hot take at all, Jay, because they're monstrously overpowered. Some people are going to push back on that because they don't care about balance for the game long term, and those are the same people who are going to get bored and quit the game anyway, so like, fuck them. Nerf Pixies. Ooh, that freeze into the hammer, that's what I wanted to see. That was some premium. That was neuron activation. Look at that, that's so satisfying. Yeah, we need Radius. I want to do that more. Why did I not get a death save off of that? What? Is Hot Take to want Spell Shot nerf? Not at all, Fleece. Spell Shot is also kind of crazy compared to other classes. Like, let's compare class feats. Stabomancer gets a non-unique crit chance bonus that does not scale up that well with class power. Spell Shot gets the largest source of spell damage in the entire game that is just extremely easy to stack. I think the Rend and Rupture Execute doesn't give you death save. Ah, it must have been that. I forgot I had that. Good shout, Aaron Balfour. Good shout. Was chaotic due to sigils? Increases the damage. And that's not really relevant for most sigils, Irish, but when I'm trying to freeze things, it is. So, spell damage, cryo efficiency, and just base damage of the sigil actually do a lot for how effectively it freezes things. I maybe want to spec into Contagion, because, so the equivalent in Borderlands 3, Wildfire, and Amara skill tree, it's spread full freeze status. I don't know if Contagion does that in this game. So I suppose I need to test. Anyone happen to know if Contagion spreads a freeze? Because Cryo has its own dot now, so it might not. Do it correctly, Spellborn spell damage is broken. Yeah, that's very widely known, Scully. Very widely known. Probably the most popular approach to damage in this game.
That's how it's done.
They make a dark magic sigil. They don't. We were talking about last stream. It'd be really cool if they did that as like a legendary sigil.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Hey Dagasha, how you doing? Hope you're well. Seem everything about the Pixies brokenly good, not just the Greyborn, so I mean a more direct nerf to Pixies. Yeah, Pixies just get more damage formula than most things in the game, and it allows them to do some crazy shit. Goddamn Beat Saber gun? Yes. So they need to do is change where that crit chance is of the formula. So the way Clawbringer's Awe skill used to work is it gave post-add crit chance, which was a flat value added on after all of your other calculations, which made it really, really good. Now, it's still a good skill, but it was better before. Stabo class feat, if you lower the value and make it post-add, it'd be very unique and valuable. As it stands right now, Stabomancer's class feat is the weakest class feat in the game. I don't know how this is going to do against Drill. Genuine question mark. Like, the DPS in this phase isn't inspiring. No, that's better. I should use a different spell here. Oh, that was a good dot. Honestly, assume the point of Stabo is that it was a flat buff when I first saw it. That would make the most sense, but no, it's very low value. Legit question, what's not good about 30% class speed for Stabo? It's not that it's not good, it's that it is not unique. So, 30% crit chance. You'd think, hey, you crit 30% more. No. It takes your crit boosts and then is a 1.3 mult. So if you look at the crit chance formula here, I don't just have 30% on top of everything, because you see my ability crit chance is still down to 14%. So this skill screen does not update too well in general, but it's a good baseline indicator. So that 30% is just, you take your base of 5, let's say you had no other crit chance boosts, it's 30% of that gets added on top if you add nothing else. That's fucking nothing. Now, Stabo Power does scale up the class feat, so we get, from our 15% class power, we get another 15% of that 30%. It's not a 15 on top of that, it's, 30% times 1.15, which is still abysmal. But for things like dots, that still comes into play. However, it's not a unique boost. Because Clawbringer's Awe skill is still a better crit chance increasing mechanic than Stabomancer's class feat. And this is post-Awe nerf, so. Hey, Lazy. I found the updates to respec hero points and updates when you spec decks. Jank, but hey. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, what do I do in this phase? Do I fucking sawmill him? Do I have an appropriate sawmill for this? I do. Sure. I don't really have the ammo for this. I'd rather crossblade. Oh yeah, this is way better. Amnesia dot, why? How dare the dot hurt me when I'm boosting dots? Honestly, the nerf. This is doing pretty okay. I'd like more healing. Not sure how to go about that. Chat, how good are fortifying sigils at freezing enemies? You can get a cryo fortifying sigil, right? Does that freeze well? No. The Frost Shock Crossblade? Yeah, all combinations possible, Avari. Drill the Ammo Eater. Yeah, Vorky. Just keep moving, just keep moving. What do? We don't stand still. Yeah. 12 mag Crossblade on God, only give her 2 shots in a mag. 2 shots higher damage, but less spam. Primordial 22 mag Sawmill, it's time for. I got one of those press. I got a 22 mag times 4 poison Primordial Sawmill last night. Looks like lightning works fine. Well, resist pops up, so, like, yeah, I'm also dealing fire damage. I might not survive this. There's no ads. Okay, yeah, I gotta play smarter there. Understood. Shotfire Crossblade would have been so nice in BO1 and 2. It's really good in this game because it triggers both halves of Clawbringer's Awe skill. The Amnesia, man. Yeah, Amnesia's kind of fucking me here. Do I just switch to the Smart Armor and, like, hope? Yeah, I need to hit the Armor Bunny for this save. Looks like you need a warp paradigm. Shut up. I finally got my Chuck build away from Paradigm Lazy. I switched to Berserker and started using a Cape of Tides, and I'm not using Paradigm stuff. Instead, I'm doing Freezy stuff with Sigils and doing Zerker things. It's fun. It's comfy. Don't make me go back. So, like, I had a thought. Stabo Capstone is triggered by spell crits. If the spell Novas from my Freezing Sigil can crit, then, like, just instantly Executioner's Blade on the frozen enemies? That sounds fun. That sounds real fun. I need to have stickies for this. I did not come prepared. You roll in the Paradigm spell ability. Probably, yeah. No, melee ability increased by spell, probably as usual. It's Arsenal for spell damage. I can run spell damage rings, and that would also boost up my my spell blade. Yeah, probably just the usual. Hammer do ability damage. If I leave it out, yes. So that's ability damage. But the initial hit and the hit on recall, that's melee. Alright, just don't move, bro. I have the damage when you're here. It's just when you're far away, I don't want to fucking chase your ass. Work Sigil crits, proc double knot. There you go, yeah. That sounds like a good time. Maybe we mess with that, chat. We get some radius. I wanted to get that anyway. And I need to get stickies for this asshole. Pain. Pain. Suffering. Pain. Did I mention pain? No, I'm not fucking with you. It's not an ironic choice. Can't speak. It's unironically, used Great Bow as a good gun that I use for situations like this.
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya? Now that's more like it!
It'll be better once we get to the other phase. So, more elements crossblade. You can see the shock parts being resisted here. Not doing me any favors. That's another reason Soaked wouldn't be great here. Just don't go anywhere. Drill. Leave me alone. Go now, Subdue, goodbye. Take it easy, Sora. You have a good one. It's only stage 2 or 3 drills, so thank you. It's just because he restores wards in this phase, and I'm using close-range weapons. Like, I don't have damage to really do a lot when he's out there. So that's where he's regaining most of his ward. That's all it is. Stage 3 will be significantly faster. There we go. How dare you have Thunder for Blood? I know, the nerf. Drew, whose HP is really fucking high. We just gotta get through the ward once. Then the fire resist will be annoying, but... I don't think that gun can even reach that far. Crossblade to shock and fire, all combinations. Good boss design. I don't think Drill is bad boss design. I think he serves as a good wake-up call to Lance fans, and he can just be a bit of a slog. To those who don't need the wake-up call. Like, it's not mechanically difficult, but it does tell you exactly how to beat him. Hey, you gotta DPS race the second phase. First phase is introductory, third phase is just, dodge better. Not even hitting.
Looks like Magic's back on the menu.
I don't like Drill because he's almost not melee friendly. I think every build should be dual boss. The melee thing, I will concede the point there. It's mostly his hitboxes. Like, even if you physically... If you get the healing, that you can sustain yourself going out there in the purple goop and attacking him, you physically cannot connect with melee attacks against most parts of his hitbox. And that, I don't like. That part is not good design. I'll agree with that. Because you can go out there and you can get all the healing in the world and Dreadwind and not hit him. Like, be sitting there and you won't hit him. Can Graveborn Slams hit him? Maybe? I've not tried. It's not a while. After watching stream, I think I'll do a couple runs and I'll wait to see how it all unfurls this Thursday. Yeah. We could probably expect some balanced hot fixing. Fire damage Stabo Thurge. Sure. Maybe find a use for that. Ooh, new scars. You wanna know how I got these scars? When melee fails to kill a boss, we turn to big torque stickies and say Hasta la Vista. Yeah. Make his hitbox a bit better, maybe make the water a little less spicy. Yeah, yeah. It's mostly hitbox causing melee issues on Drill. And then Banshee, you have issues because she's got the insta-kill water, except as an aura around her. Armor buddy. Just hit him and go unga bunga. Guess you could say you had a... No, I'm not saying that, Meowing. Fuck you. If there's a cap for Swift Death, can I just keep increasing damage faster I go? There will be a cap, Stocks. Also, it's worth noting that Swift Death is additive with a lot of other things that say all damage, meaning it's not very valuable. It's one of those skills that looks a lot more impressive than it is. A boss your least favorite to fight? Celissa, just because I'm fucking sick of her. I got her so many times going from Chaos 20 to 35 that I've just developed a distaste for Celissa. She's not too bad, complicated or anything. Like, I just don't like her. She just ruins my day. It's not a rational thing. It's just an irrational hatred. Primordial. This is the combo that rolls Blast Chill and it got no points in Blast Chill. But look at that ward capacity roll. 50%. That's crazy. That's a lot of tank on Berserker with unarmored defense. Wow. Hatred is hatred. Yeah, heavy. Be better to spec more into Sneak Attack. So, Sneak Attack kind of has a similar problem, Stocks, and this is where the Stabomancer problems come into play. There's 3 skills that you can express this about. Swift Death and Thousand Cuts are in the same category, so they both have this problem of being additive in a category, or additive to things in a category where you have lots of other things. Like any all damage enchant you have, if you have Graveborn's Fateful Thralls, if you have all damage roll on your amulet or on your armor, all of those go into the same category. Selective Amnesia armor effect as well. All of those go in the same category as Thousand Cuts and Swift Death. So they're ultimately very low value because you can get similar magnitude of boost in the same damage category on your gear in slots all characters can get. So those are both low value. Then you have Sneak Attack, which 3% per point is already of questionable value, especially when you're down to tier 4. But then Sneak Attack is additive with the Strength crit damage bonus. So I have 52.5% crit damage from Strength right now, which is something every character can just do. And Sneak Attack just adds to that instead of multiplying or going anywhere useful. So it's a very minor boost. So that skill, and that skill are just kind of dog water on Stabo. Now there's stuff around that's pretty good. Arsenal boosts 3 categories. So to get down the tree, that's nice. Haste is move speed and swing speed, which are both very valuable. You take those. They're not direct formula things, but you take them because they're good. Potent poisons can be good if you're doing alchemical agent stuff, so that's why we have it. And exploit their weakness is just a really good skill. That's just a good skill. So like the best things Stabo has to offer are this, exploit their weakness, this, alchemical agent, and this, from the shadows. Everything that isn't those 3 is either hyper-situational or redundant. So Stabomancer is one of those trees that the more you look at it, the more you theory craft it, the more you dig into the actual math and science behind these things, the less valuable the tree looks. It's pretty sure Swift Death caps at 30%, and the DR of bonus movement speed in relation is pretty insane. The last 5% 30 requires the most additional stats to achieve consistently. So it probably works the same way Violent Momentum does, Chef Boy, where it was something like, I don't know, 200% movement speed. I forget what the exact cap for Violent Momentum was. Something like 200% movement speed was where it absolutely caps out, and you get no more. But it was a different stat in that game. So it was like different beast. Appreciate the answer. Yeah, happy to do it. Arsenal's Paradigm Fuel. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And I've had decent luck with the wheel. I've gotten one counter feint from it, and everything else was trash. Or the card in that Primordial Skeep I told you about the other day, almost 40% on claw skill and 41% status effect damage. That's really good, Rohith. That's really good. Executioner's Blade, good, gooder, or badder? So Executioner's Blade is one of those things where when you build around it, it can be very impactful. Like using Executioner's Blade to apply Alchemical Agent, really good. Using it against frozen enemies for just the melee bonus on them, or for Blast Chill range delivery if you're Frost Shiver, really good. But Executioner's Blade in most conventional setups is just kind of shit because it's delayed damage, and you'll likely not be boosting it with much formula at all. So it's like, for the number of points you spend to get there, it's bad. Executioner's Blade is the worst capstone in the game. Sabomancer also has the worst class feat in the game, and has 3 redundant damage skills. It's not saying the class is bad, but people definitely overvalue a lot of the stuff here. All that said, From the Shadows is extremely good. Extremely good. Alchemical Agent is very good. And Exploit the Weakness is pretty good. So there's good things happening here. It's just there's a lot of trash to sift through. Do have a follow-up though, different chances. Gun damage better than elemental increase. Depends on how much you have. So you want to balance your damage boosts to achieve the biggest overall result when multiplying things together. So that's the damage formula. If you want to see where each boost falls and exactly how to multiply things together to see your theoretical damage, you want to diversify. That's the name of the game with getting bigger damage numbers. So a gun damage enchant would be more valuable to you if you already have a lot of elemental damage, and vice versa. So it depends on what you already have. Calculator came? Nice, lazy. Be awesome if those conditional skills are on their own categories in the formula. Right, Berserker Tree, for example, does a great job of distributing things in different categories, so none of the skills are really redundant. Stabbo has 2 in the same, and the crit damage is in the worst spot it could be. Take Clawbringer's Awe skill, for example. This crit damage doesn't go in the category with strength, it goes with the Shrine crit damage, which is a much smaller... Like, there's far fewer things that go into that category, meaning it multiplies more favorably, and you get more crit damage out of this than that. Even if this was the same crit damage value as this, it would be weaker. Because math. It's wild to me crit damage even has several categories in the first place. Crit damage has been the most cursed damage category in all of the Lands games. Any theory crafter can tell you crit calculations are fucking cursed. It's silly. They did a lot of weird things with crit in this game, and I think the reasoning for that was to prevent crit swapping, as we know it from previous titles. I have an empowering volatile lightning sigil. Oh, would you like me to drop with a save, or you prefer farming it yourself? I'll get it myself, Rohit, but I appreciate that. Hey, newbie, how you doing? Working on the build docs this time around, saw something about the other day. It's something that I wouldn't expect soon, Chester. Game's still evolving, and it's a huge time commitment to do that, but it's something that will be happening, yes, and I will be involved when we do it. I still gotta mess with the metal loot. Melee attacks create a bouncing flame skull behind your target, dealing 100% weapon damage as fire damage to nearby enemies. Do we know what damage type that projectile is? Is it like the Banshee where it's also melee? Or What is it? What does it scale with? Or explain what crit swapping is. Crit swapping is transferring the crit bonus from one item to another. So, for example, people would shoot rocket launchers and then switch to another gun in their hand that has a higher crit bonus, so that those rocket launchers would then get the crit bonus of the gun you're holding, because crit damage is an on-hit modifier rather than an on-shot, meaning it doesn't check what your crit is when you made the projectile, it just checks what your crit is when it lands. That's crit swapping. This damage holds up, breach stuff is funny. Cool. It's bad to run 2 gun damage rings and a gun damage amulet. It depends entirely on what your other boosts are. If you still have more elemental damage, then yeah, you chose correctly. But if, let's say you have 200% gun damage and only like 20% elemental damage, well then you're weighted in a way that you probably need to even that out a little better for a better result, math-wise. Mess around with Perceiver. I got this Primordial one that I haven't used yet. It's a Ludite Primordial. Yeah, I got that. Poison element, though. And rolling an enchant onto that will be painful. This great bow. We could fuck up Bunny's day with this. 7,300 times 7. That's rude. Great bows are rude. Queen's Cry good for Burr. Queen's Cry is one of those things you're gonna want spell damage for, and Berserker doesn't have any of that. So you'd need your other class to cover that. Let's look through my armors. According to Loot Lemon, strike an enemy with a metal loot sends out bouncing fire skull at an enemy behind the initial target, dealing 100% fire melee splash damage. Okay, that is promising. It's promising. So, Banshee vibes, but swing is faster for less total damage. It's interesting. Worth messing around with. Head of the Snake. 3 points in Awe. 2 in Oath of Thunder. Gun crit chance, gun damage. The legendary effect isn't something I care for, but ultimately passives and skills matter more. So I'm gonna pick that up. I'm gonna switch an off spell stab out of spell burr. What's your chosen method of damage dealing? Spell shot claw? No. Corrupted plate mail. Good survivability from that, but only 1 point in Awe. Oh, my allergies are going crazy right now. Feels bad, man.
I'm gonna make so much coin, I need a whole building just to hold it. Then I'll dive in it like
Takes so long to go through banks. Pain, suffering.
Jumping into a pit of gold sounds like a great way to break every bone in my body.
I'm looking for armors with Awe points, because I want to be the Awe bringer. So that's really good for dot stuff. And if I get enough Awe and armor, I can take less Clawbringer Tree, since I'm not going Capstone anyway. And I could maybe mess around with some Executioner's Blade stuff. It's worth sciencing. Spell Shot Claw. Diamond Gauntlets. That's a lot of crit chance and fire damage to get while standing still, honestly. But only 1 point off. That's unfortunate. Mainly been using triple ice spikes and dark magic, thunder, arcane bolt, running around with live wire, getting imbued with those elements. I don't feel like Stabo's doing much. I crit a lot anyway with spells, but I might miss the dot damage. Yeah, outside of dots, Stabo doesn't provide much to a lot of builds, unless you're using From the Shadows, doing dot stuff, or doing melee stuff. Stabo doesn't really do much. So if you think you can get more out of another class, then yeah, by all means. Hey Psycho, reinstalled, changed my gear, dropped my chaos to 1, now gear farming. Hey, that's a good plan. That's a good plan. That's exactly how you overcome that. Good for you. Another amnesia. I have so many of those. Back to Stabo doesn't really do much. It's good within its niches, but ultimately it provides less to multi-class combinations than other classes do. Just kind of the way it is. It's got its uses. Like, I'm in a Stabo spec right now for specific things. Slim pickings armor-wise. I'm looking for very specific things, but like... Spell and melee increased by ability. I don't have much ability damage. That's still 2 points in awe, though. All damage... Take it just in case. Just in case. Be better for a gun build for Spore. Are you using From the Shadows, Fleece? Because that can be justification enough for a Stabo multi-class dip. Like, From the Shadows is just that good. Otherwise, I tend to prefer pairing either Berserker or Spellshot with my Spore gun builds. From the Shadows is very high tier. It's real good. It's enough to carry a bad skill tree. Like, genuinely. A Claw Stabo armor without any points in awe? That's so awkward. That was unfortunate. Not much of value in the armor department. Do I need to move over my radius rings? I think I do. What's the double roll spell radius? Mess with that. So many armor in the bank? Yeah, they gotcha. I'm a hoarder. I have a problem. Okay, so we could try this Head of the Snake. It has the best possible skill rolls we want for this. Good passes on the bottom. The legendary effect doesn't do anything, but it also doesn't hurt us. So we'll try rolling with that. I'm going to change this out to this radius ring. Yeah. Still has gun damage on it. The SMG crit damage does nothing for us unless we use a live wire or a white rider, which, fair possibility, I suppose. Yeah. Let's try this out. I could go for a different enchant on the Spellblade, honestly. Status, chance, and damage. I probably should have taken that. Sticky gun for drill. Ooh, yes. I should do that. Should definitely do that. Come on, UI. You can do it. Since you're the only one I have available, yeah, I guess we'll use this this poison Ludite. It's gonna have to put in a lot of work if we get drill. I have this encapsulator as well, I guess. Good enough. How's status chance damage enchant work? It's not post that, is it? No, just does its thing. Hey, Raven General, how you doing? First one's now will later be last. They both stab at some point. Everyone forgets it's not great generally compared to other classes. Well, that's the thing, Chester. Stabbo has the Amara effect right now, where people massively overvalue it and overhype it, and it becomes an echo chamber of, oh, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good. No one can quite define why. And then they kind of ignore the math because it's inconvenient, and they view the math as personal attacks. And it's like, no, this could be improved. It could function better. It's just a void that their theory crafting community has had to scream into since Borderlands 3. So, just is what it is. Bang needs a search function, yeah. If you run from the shadows with Spore, you just rely on play the angles, trigger Wrath of Nature. Yeah, I suppose you would. Can't think of another way to get ability damage. That's a good dot.
Ready to cast. Wherefore art thou, ammunition?
I almost feel bad for not using Hydras with that as a snake, but like I'm just using it for stats.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Untouchable.
Hey, Rabbit. Hopefully buff the Wizard's Pipe could be a nice tool in elemental builds, I guess. Not really, because the Wizard's Pipe whole thing is that its secondary projectiles will match the elemental weakness of whatever you're shooting at. But the primary doesn't, so like, it's still just unfocused, I suppose would be the term. There's just gonna be better guns for that. It's like, I view Wizard's Pipe as one of those intermediate legendaries. You use it for climbing up early Chaos levels, and yeah, I don't think it really should be more than that. Some legendaries kind of have to fall into that category. Otherwise, people just use the same items. Things do need to be at different tiers of power to make for a meaningful choice making. Also, elemental builds aren't a thing. Every build uses elements, right?
Shall have extra peanut butter this night. Spells are up. I feel the storm coming.
It's like saying damage build. It's like, yeah, that's every build. build's just scroll wheel. You don't have a build, Rabbit. You use exploits and speedruns. That's not a build. Not saying speedruns with exploits are illegitimate, because that's what any percent is about, but, you know.
As it was foretold!
Kinda like saying gun build, isn't it? Every build uses guns, so... Well... Hey, Lazy, you still here? Lazy's been doing some non-gun stuff that is, exceptionally cursed. Builds a damn it build. You ever post your saves? I haven't yet for this game, Trader. I did a lot of that during BL3's life cycle. Save sharing is a little bit more complicated in this game, but that's something I will be doing. But for now, we do have a community saves channel in the Discord. There is, it's not public. There's a me saves channel that will be opened up at some point once I feel comfortable publishing my saves. But there is a community saves channel. So, lots of wonderful people you see around here have provided not just build saves, but kind of utility stuff. Like Felicia put a save with most of the head cosmetics in the game on there for people who are looking to unlock those. There's mule saves, and, you know, saves with specific good items that people got that they wanted to help distribute. Lots of cool stuff. I was just asking because I cannot find a Fear Not with poison and lighting stuff plus the enchant for Spore. Yeah, don't worry about the enchant so much. Honestly, that's pretty secondary there. Just worry about the gun first. You can always reroll later. You can't change the parts later. It's got Nullify and Toothless for my last Curse Choice run in Chamber. Pain. Is that Shotgun Chaotic? Volatile. You prefer Icebreaker or the old ways? Both. The answer is both. Trying for good Claw Burr Tide Cape. Would only have 1 point Oath of Fire for Aug procs, not really using for fire damage stuff. The thing about that, Harry, is Oath of Fire does not proc off. It is a bonus element. You need something with the original damage source being fire to proc off. Bonus elements do not. So for that reason, Rebuke also does not proc off, because it is just a bonus element. You need an actual thing that is innately fire and innately lightning to trigger off. So that's why my crossblade is lightning and fire. 8 AM meetings and run long should be illegal. Hey Felicia, I was just talking about a few minutes ago the cosmetic save you posted. Very helpful. But yeah, I'm gonna go fight your manager now. Okay, cool. A little fist fight.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Just leave. The Giga Chat approach. I like it. We want to spec Instinct on my Berserker, but Old Ways was Icebreaker are goated as its Cold Snap. If anything, you could part with Cold Snap there. If you had to pick one. And change the element, probably heard that wrong. No, Crossblade just rolls in different elements. Crossblade is 2 elements, try time. So mine happens to be lightning fire. See, projectiles deal lightning and fire damage, but every crossblade is 2. And it can be any 2 elements. So I actually need more crossblades. I need better coverage. But lightning and fire together has the best awe consistency. Though my hammer is lightning, my wyvern's doing both lightning and fire, alternating, but... So I don't need to have both for my crossblade. Ouch. Not even sure what happened. Who died? It's been superseded by another cosmetic save. A lot of cosmetic hunters out there. This person who plays Dota too, I can see so many spell names that are almost the same, and some exactly the same. Cold Snap and Windrunner. You could part with Cold Snap, and you could part with your existence. That's true. End it all for me, Viper. Be a homie. I should check to see what that drop was. Why am I getting so many points in haste? 7 out of 3 haste. Yo, swing speed. Cold Snap is Invoker, right? Been a while. Oh, I assume you're talking Dota stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. Nah. You sure you got Godfall stuff? I don't need cat content. That's fair. Hey, Nightmare. Nightmare's a cozy boss. Thank you, game. It's very kind. Except when that guy gets me when my signal drops. That's less cozy. Okay, you're BL2ing me, sir? Really? That was bullshit. It's a cozy boss, he says. Fucking hiding skeletons as soon as my sigil goes down. Pain. Suffering. Thank you, game, he says.
Bring that one down.
Hey, Shadow. Should I just use a White Rider here in the name of element matching? I probably should. I've got that SMG crit. Yeah, White Rider. The range on that Wyvern Lightning Breath's kind of crazy. Every once in a while it'd be like, yeah, this whole side of the room is getting electrocuted. What about it? I don't have much to do with armor right now. Sawmill? Sawmill. Better. Oh.
There's a burning little bugger.
Okay.
No magic left.
I'll just keep that hit. It won't kill me, probably. It did. I thought Indomitable was up. It wasn't.
I'm bloody back.
Be a bit on that Foster. I'm a bit busy.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. Come on, action!
Yeah, definitely need updated crossblades on this.
Won't be enough.
So I'm having low dot consistency, and I think I need status effect chance on my gear. Sorry, I've been so quiet this fight because I've been thinking about how to improve on the areas where this is struggling. And all of it comes down to just better gear.
I'll give you a good one.
Ow. Thanks for coming down, Nightmare. That was convenient. Got a ×3 Primordial Ludite. Shock, though. Shock's good. Shock's good. Think about it. There's some bosses that have Shock as their, like, top bar. Parasite's one. Son of a Witch is another. Drill during 2 of his phases. Dragon Lord's got a shield. Yeah, you'll get good use out of that. Also, remember that element is favorable with the Soaked debuff, and favorable for Clawbringer stuff, because it triggers the crit chance half of Awe. So, good find. He'll get the shock resistance for phase 2, only on his flesh. Only on his flesh. It's still good against his shields. Volatile Trick Mirror with a health roll and a good enchant. Take that. Let's roll for melee weapons. Need more Spellblades and Banshees. Yeah, this setup needs a lot of gear. I'll probably have to do a lot of off-stream farming for this. But I have some ideas in which directions I want to take this. Clawbringer, definitely the gear-dependent class. Build is this? This is just a gun Clawbringer setup I'm experimenting with. Second run we tried with Stabomancer as a second tree. Try to do some gun dot stuff, mix in some hammer stuff, a nice little hybrid. It's working so far, but boss damage is a bit lacking. That's down to gear, though. I need to get more stickies. Volatile Spellblade with Echo. Well, that's exactly what I want. Yes, please, thank you. I will take. I will consume. That's not the right thing. What did I just pick up? Cool. I'm running to the bathroom, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, be back. Pasta, right. Alright, you gotta assist me with the spam on this one, chat. Since my IQ is quite above the average, I will not be joining this spamming festival. I know you would not understand it, just like you don't understand why I have a girlfriend, good job, and big library. Keep spamming while I success at life. Anyone else success at life? So, with this setup, more radius helps my sigil. That's something I want. Honestly, Tide Cape is the play here. Help out the hammer throw. And the rate at which the sigil freezes. There's a legitimate shout for taking less Clawbringer tree and taking Stabo Capstone here. Because if the crits from my sigil both freeze an enemy and triggers Executioner's Blade, that Executioner's Blade will then get the mult against frozen enemies, which would be good damage. And if those crit, Alchemical Agent. I can honestly run from the shadows and stop hammer throwing and just run around, freezing enemies nearby, and then just... That sounds like a good time. Maybe we do that. But I do want to keep the hammer throw, because that's just part of the core of this setup. Yeah. Okay. I have ideas. But we'll go on a setup where I can farm gear faster. Go back to the Frostwilder setup. After what you said about the Great Bow, I'm going to use it instead of a Purple Black Powder Sniper. The Great Bow's sick, Fleece. It's really good. Melee Hammer Zerker Quag, promise it's fun. I'll have to give it a shout, Pico. It sounds like it could be a good time. Living life on the edge with these inventory slots. Well, we got 506 in the bank, so I can put some stuff away. Put away this Primordial Sawmill. Let me favorite this so it doesn't get buried. Okay. Got inventory now. I want to see how many crystals you come out of this with, without taking a lot of curses. Because with curses and elites, you can come out of this extended feature with like 12, 13,000. And that's very nice. But I want to see how I can do with this just being like fast. It's really annoying. Sometimes your sigil will decide to block your own lightning bolts. $20k plus with all bosses, including Maker. Nice. Yeah, my figure was for without raid bosses. You can get about 13k.
Hope that works out for you.
Build so sick. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Feel like combo I haven't seen much of in communities. Clawbringer Spellshot. Am I misinformed? I did some Clawbringer Spellshot stuff before the Awe change. Stone Swan is doing some of that. I believe Joe plays that class combo as well. Joe Prolong. I think Moxie was doing some stuff with that as well. It's a good combo. You can you do some fun amp and deathless tanking stuff with that. Also, you get good value in your hammer throw because obviously Spellshot Paradigm is on the table at that point. You can do some good stuff with that. Play cost spell. There we go. How do you do so much damage? I'm seeing 300k damage. We can hit for up to 1 mil on a chuck to the face here. Just good damage formula. I could explain the setup after the run. And it's very satisfying. That was a lightning bolt, I would have picked that up. It's insane you do that much damage. That's the beauty of building in this game. Like, you guys saw the last run I did with that Clawbringer look kind of slow because gear is not quite operating at full capacity and the build concept hadn't come together yet. But this is a more fully realized build where I've made a lot of specific choices and you can see it peaks very high. That's the kind of thing I play these games for. Getting a build to a point where it feels this smooth and looks much smoother, you know? That's part of why I like showing unfinished builds as well, because it shows people that, yeah, not every build concept, you know, comes together at the same rate. And sometimes I have ideas that don't pan out as well. All build experience is good experience. Trimmer's low-key bullying rune. How? Been messing with Spell Shot Claw with Paradigm Shitstorm as expected. I mean, yeah, rune. That is what I said. For damage formula doc, are those confirmed numbers or gathered by the community? That's stuff based on testing, Chester. Gearbox never goes and says, hey, here's how our damage formula works. It's all stuff based on testing. Back from the Dead, how's the DLC? DLC is... It depends on how you look at it, Failson. The way I view the DLC is it's a Chaos Chamber expansion that has a tutorial area. And you can revisit that tutorial area for dedicated sources for a couple of new drops. But for the most part, it's a Chaos Chamber expansion at a Headhunter price point. So, as long as you view it through that lens, it's like, okay, whatever. Neutral. But a lot of people are like, hey, this isn't a full-length story DLC, which they never said it would be. So, yeah. In terms of the content that is just the new DLC area, it's short, it's unsatisfying, it's easy. But I like that it adds more stuff to the chamber. We get more chamber maps, we get an extra boss, which is a bit of a meme. But we get new gear. So... Found a flying gun last night and tried it out. Ooh, what was it? Was it a Pixie, Felicia, or is it one of the flappy ones instead? Or was it something else entirely? Overall, you're happy? I'd say more neutral heavy. Like, ultimately, I don't care that much, because I'm a Chaos Chamber player. Like, I just don't leave the chamber. This is most of what I do. And... in terms of the DLC's strong points, it improved this experience. So, sure. In terms of it providing other things to do outside of the chamber, it didn't, but I also don't think it was their goal to do so. So, ultimately, I just don't really care. Adding new class will really make class armors hard to get. Even more so, yeah. Done with wings, I get to play the game for your part now? Yeah, it do be like that. Volatile Envy. Let's go, Carrion. I like the Envy. It's not as powerful as, say, the Carouser, but it still just feels good. It feels like a traditional sniper that you can still, you know, kind of fan the hammer with. Very satisfying. I like how how tanky this setup is as well. Because we have a Harbinger giving us a bunch of ward back. We have a bunch of healing from Body Rune and Blood Frenzy. We have a little bit of healing from Unyielding, which I do need to spec out of, honestly. I need to respec. It's pretty beefy. And we have our Sigil for a little tank as well. But the time when we're not beefy is when our Sigil forgets that our projectiles are ours, and lets us down ourselves like that. That's less than ideal. But we're Berserker, so we have infinite save for soul duration.
Saved by a mushroom. The Conclave will never let me live this down. This world's no place for the weak. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
To the moon! Did it again. I hate that. Why do sigils sometimes do that? It's so frustrating. You guys are seeing it too, right?
All the magic I need.
Deathless with 2 and awe. That freeze. It has ward regen, so that's why I took it. Yeah, a couple of them don't know the build. I can go over it, test it. I'll do it after the run. I do want to respec a couple skill points, so maybe I'll do it as I respec. Yeah, I'll do it as I respec. I'm gonna respec after this run. Hope they bring back Echo Cast. Yeah, I miss Echo Cast. I really do. Give us Aura Cast. The inventory is called Aura this time around, I believe. Happens more than fair for me. Sometimes I can't shoot my own gun through the sigil. Yeah, it does that as well. Spent thousands of millions in respec since the beginning of the game too? Yes. Always the gacha, I'm always respecing. Always tweaking, always refining. Manual transmission, let's go. Coolest gun, too bad it sucks. Yeah, it is really cool though. I only know it's called Aura when it tells me I can't open the Aura menu. Classic UI issue. I hope this game doesn't become known mostly for the UI. Like, I hope people remember other things about it. Like the class mod farming. It's really not worse than BL3 farming though, Swag. People just minimize the BL3 thing because they didn't understand. Like, I've seen the same people who are like, hey, dedicated farming in this game is so bad, who defended it in BL3, and it's like, wait, no, it's like exactly the same though. It's the same thing. Part variance, dedicated farming, like, it's equally fucked. It was as bad in that game. No business being this lucky. Just got a Chaotic Shark's Bane, gun damage, pistol, shotgun crit. Wow, that's sick, Scroll of Wisdom. I think you have every right to brag about that a little bit. That's sick. A lot more RNG this game in terms of getting another class mod. There isn't though. There isn't though. Because the way the passives are iterated are in clusters, so there's actually less variance there. And that offsets the class rolling mechanic, so there isn't though. It's about the same. Class mod farming was that bad in Borderlands 3. Because the variety of passives was greater. The skill point configurations were about comparable because of all the weird decisions they made on that front. It's about equal. I think the Daddy drop rate is higher in Wonderlands because of loot luck. It depends on the source, Owl. So, your average drop source in Borderlands 3 usually worked out to be somewhere in the 10 to 30% range, depending on the drop. Now, there were some that were higher. We had the odd guaranteed drop, and we had some that were as high as 50%. And there were some that were lower. Take a White Elephant, for example, which was a 1.2%. Yes, 1.2. Just to get the drop. Not to get a specific version, just to get the drop. So in this game, with loot luck, most sources end up being, what, around like 12-ish% if I remember correctly? That's pretty forgiving. Considering, hey, remember several years of Borderlands 2 where they were 3% and then they upped them to 10%? Remember Borderlands 3 where there were 1% farms? Once again, it's people's awareness shifted and the system didn't. Hey Kazi, how you doing? Kazif. Hey Struggle Bus. Any ideas on the best way to get the new cosmetics? I've been told the wheel is the way, which sounds to me like it involves doing DLC runs and then hitting the wheel afterwards. Doing well, how are you? Been a while? I can't complain too much. Enjoying this game. We're doing a lot of build crafting. Science as always, you know me. Just another day in the life. Happy with how this build's going. Feels a lot easier in this game, gotta say. Yes and no. It depends. There's more avenues of getting that ridiculous power, but there's more demanding situations where you find you need the power. For example, bosses like this, like Drill. Much more of a DPS check than bosses in previous games. But you can get that damage a little more easily than you could in previous games, at least at this point in their life. By the end of Borderlands 3, you could just kind of get power anywhere. But early BL3, bossing was hard, at least for endgame stuff. Hey Pumakazi, how you doing? All cosmetics are locked to wheel? Yeah, so wheel. Drill's freezing? No, he's got the soaked debuff on him. He's getting soaked from my my armor effect. Which does make him take more from lightning and cryo. Yeah, I really need this in Frost Element. My cryo one is still a blue rarity. Do I have it on this save? I might have put it in the bank. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. We could try this. See how this stacks up, honestly. It's only a 2 mag. Hey Karma, how you doing? Gotta love Daryl. Gotta love Daryl. I love getting Daryl wet. Get all the homies wet. Might be better, honestly, because of soap. But now I want Spore Fuse on this. Yeah, that's better. Why does this body rocker not leave me alone? Like, this one ends up on all of my builds. It's this exact one. It's not even chaotic. It's blue. It won't stop haunting me. It's just that good. Like, my first spell shot build used this thing, and now it's made its way into this. Hey, Vishal the Piercer. How you doing? New around here, just Wonderlands. I'm Chaos 11. I'm a Clawbringer main, specking a spell shot right now. I was wondering some advice on what's the best direction to get higher. I'm currently stuck in the Nightmare boss fight, and I have no clues how to beat its last phase with the full blue bar. Appreciate any help from you from chat. So something good to keep an eye out for is certain weapon types are going to help you a lot in bossing scenarios like that. If you can get a shotgun that looks like this, if you have a shotgun that looks like this, except maybe in the lightning element, these ×18 shotguns in sticky mode are really good for boss fights. So Torg stickies in general are going to help you a lot there. That's a recommendation I could give for if you're having trouble bossing ever. I'm doing it right now against this boss, Drill, who's one of the tankier ones in the game. ×3 Ludite, yeah, ×3 Ludite, ×3 Encapsulator. If you have launcher STUs, you can get away with a ×4 Load Buster. Do this IRL. Pot! It's pot, friend. Buster, I hardly know her, sir. Turn yourself in. You have to find ×18 torque shotguns. Yeah, they're pretty elusive, Chimpy, but when you get them, they are absolutely worth it. Reload speed all damage. Skeep. That's good. Thanks so much. Bossing's killing me right now as Clawbringer main. Yeah, bossing in general in this game is a bit more difficult than bossing in previous Lands games. So, yeah, it requires a more specific gear in a lot of setups. As always, enjoy the stream. I have to excuse myself early. Have to rest for a round of medical checkups tomorrow. Cheers all. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening. Hey, thanks as always, Rohit. I hope your checkups go well, and I appreciate you. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Kinda sucked. I need elemental. Yeah. The first volatile times 18 I got swag was also non-Ellie. Yeah. I've had bad luck on this front. Hey, here's a times 18. But that damage is abysmal. 91 damage? It's a natural 5 mag too. Like, the sticky bolt on this is probably the 10% instead of the 18. But I guess I'll pick it up. It's the average damage for times 18. So for a 2 mag, it's very high. 2 mag blue rarity, not even chaotic, 130 times 18. This purple one at a 5 mag, it's 91. Now, granted, cryo guns have a higher base damage as well, but it's still like, Is a low mag better? Low mag is higher damage, and the 3 mag at purple rarity, this one, is the times 18 with the 18% sticky multiplier. So you want this. 2 mag in blue rarity is also 18% sticky mult, so you want that. If you get a one that has a 5 mag base, it's got a lower sticky multiplier. So you get more shots, but for less damage. So ideally you want a 3 or 2 mag times 18 for the most damage delivery. And then you want mag size increases. With a 3 mag, you want enough to have a 5 mag after mag size, which allows you to shoot the gun 3 times. And because it's an 18% sticky multiplier, and you have 18 stickies, well, 18 times 3 times 18. Isn't that a Torg Legendary? No, Torg Legendary shotguns are kind of bad. Full disclosure, the Sword Explosion is bad. The Hawken is, like, okay, but Body Rockers are better. Like, this one is okay, but look at that Gyrojet damage. The sticky mult is 5%, and it's a 1 projectile. So this is kind of like, if you're gonna directly shoot enemies with a gun, that's okay. But if you're doing sticky stuff, which is higher DPS for the manufacturer as a whole, you want the non-uniques. And Sword Explosion is just bad. Also, we got a cat. Say hi, Jake. You gonna say hi? No? Okay, that's acceptable too. Volatile Body Rocker, but it's a times 2. See, the times 2 has a 30% mult, but it still consumes 2 ammo per shot. Like, meh. We want the high projectile count. Ketalogic is doing calculations, I'm doing catculations. Get it? Cause cat? There's a cat. Times 13s are a good second to times 18s if you have to settle. Times 13s will be rumpy pumpies, whereas times 18s are body rockers. pile's too cluttered, so we'll go over here. Hey Remy, how you doing? Volatile Diamond Guard Sword. No, I'll hold out for a Primordial. It's not too much variance on parts with that, because like it only gets its own hilt bod, it's always non-elemental. So the other parts, I'm just, rather hold out for Primordial. Well, glad to hear it. Bye everyone, enjoy the day. Take it easy, Chimpy. Pleasure to have you. Hope your day treats you well. I think that will not be fixed next patch. It's not really something that needs to be fixed, Swag, because for whatever reason, that is their intended design choice for Double Knot. They didn't, like, fix a bug, they changed the formula. It's working as intended based on how it reads in, like, the files and stuff from what I've been told. It's just, they made it behave differently than any other bonus element that they've ever done in any of their games. It just behaves differently. So, I don't know if fix is the right word. Nerf? Hopefully. But it's technically not broken, you know? Even though it's absolutely overpowered and silly. Like, I don't like it, but it's, I wouldn't call it a bug. What isn't broken? Double Knot. A spell shot bonus element that, when your spell crits, it does a bonus element based on the element of your gun, and this bonus element gets an absolutely bonkers, batshit insane formula that no sane person would have ever implemented if they knew the mathematical implications of what they were doing. Pixies hitting for 5 million from the shadows, pretty nice without any gear. Yeah, Pixies are overpowered. That's not news. They don't need Double Knot to do that. Pixies are dumb. But Double Knot's yet another thing that they can just kind of do. Like, you guys have heard me talk at length about how problematic the Buffmeister is balance-wise. Pixies with Double Knot, or just Double Knot in general, kind of makes Buffmeister look a lot more reasonable side by side. Because it knocks Buffmeister down to the second craziest bonus element they've ever done. Now, Buffmeister does the other buff stuff, so still dumb, but, like, Double Knot is crazy. Actually silliness. It's straight up tomfoolery. Yeah, we're gonna call Double Knot tomfoolery. Does follow-up get consumed when you use the Claw Hammer Throw? No. But it also does not benefit from follow-up. Black Panther. Talk about how crazy strong Spellshot is. Not Spellshot as a whole at the moment, Irish Wiz. We were talking about Double Knot specifically. Which is part of Spellshot, so sure.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare. Good luck.
How many times can one reload enchant? Infinitely. As of the recent patch, they changed it so it caps out at 4,000 for the cost, and the Moon Orb cap that character can hold is now 16,000. And it does not increase beyond 4,000, so as long as you keep getting 4,000, you can keep attempting to reroll. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's no dupe protection, so there is nothing stopping you from rerolling once, changing your enchant, and then rerolling a second time and getting the first enchant that you just gave up. There's nothing stopping that from happening. And also, character-specific enchantments are weighted against you. They are less likely. They have lower chances. So, getting specific enchants can be very time-consuming and resource-intensive. However, it's better than the situation pre-patch where, you know, you rolled an item 11 times and it became bricked. was not able to be rerolled ever again. So, still an improvement. Enchant rerolling is painful, but now doable. It's no longer literally impossible to get a perfect item after a certain number of rerolls. And it makes changing builds feel a lot less punishing.
This should be interesting.
Should I make a spell shot just to see for myself? That's up to you. There's spell shot setups that I do have fun with because it does enable some mechanics. It's just there's aspects of the class that are ridiculous. Like, the spell weaving class feat is way, way too strong because it provides such a ludicrous amount of spell damage that people just use it with a warped paradigm that converts half of your spell damage, and that's just the key to damage for, like, any build. You have a build concept, you want to give it damage, people just do that. It's a staple, and it shouldn't be as go-to. Like, it kind of suppresses build diversity. And you have Double Knot being the most batshit bonkers bonus element they've ever conceived of, along with just a really good skill tree in general. You have Magic Bullets being the only source of bullet damage, which is a different multiplier than gun damage. Spell Shot does all these things at once, by the way. Just kinda... It's the do-everything class. If you want to make a concept work, Spell Shot is likely better at it. That's part of why I enjoy this version of this build more, because it used to be a Spell Shot Spore Warden, and I've since reworked it into a Berserker Spore Warden instead. Replace the Spell Shot stuff with Berserker stuff. And it plays similarly, but it feels a bit more dynamic and a bit less cheesy. I'd say it's a lot more fun mobbing, honestly. Oh yeah. We'll try this in actual mobbing. This blue body rocker. On Chaos 35, using a not even chaotic gun, by the way. Like, that's just how good this thing is. It's truly built different. Times 18 body rockers are nuts. When you get one that meshes with your elements of choice and so on. Torque stickies are so dumb. Silly. And Berserker's got a lot of natural synergy with this, because you've got Ancestral Frost boosting frost damage, you've got Icebreaker for damage based on how close to freezing someone is, Old Ways for close range damage, Instinct is reload speed, which helps DPS quite a bit, Cold Snap is frost efficiency, which helps you get to your higher Icebreaker values faster. I'm not spec'd into Ancient Fury at the moment, but area damage affects this thing as well. Berserker just does a lot. Are Torgue Stickies so strong? Because Torgue Stickies get a damage multiplier based on the number you've placed. So, 18 projectiles on this. This has an 18% multiplier per sticky. So, 18 stickies and then I shoot again, another 18 stickies. That's 36 stickies. Each of those gets an 18% increase to damage based on how many stickies there are. So 18% times 36. And that multiplier is applied to each of those individual hits that has a base of 130 damage. And those hits deal damage in a 60-40 split based on impact and explosion. So it's just a lot. Which part is the 18% multiplier? So these cards don't show them if you have enchanted weapons, so it's hard to tell, but it is a combination of parts. It's fucking weird. And Berserker Frostwilder, which was more fun for you. I personally prefer Frostwilder. Why health regen over health on kill? The thing with that, Irish, is I keep forgetting to respec out of Unyielding. I was just testing it out to see how it feels in combination with my other survivability things. But I took it 3 points to get down the tree. I only have 2 points spec'd in Ancestral Frost right now, so ideally I'd be 5 points here. But this is down here. I can't put points here without having the points to get down the tree here. So I can't choose this over that. I have 1 point here, but by the time I get down to this part of the tree, I want everything in this tier maxed, and then I'm running out of skill points, because I go down this far. I have 4 points in tier 5 in the other tree, which only leaves me a few points. So that's why I don't actually have any points in tier 5 here, and I only have 1 in tier 4. It's because I'm overspec'd in tier 2, and that only leaves me enough points to get 3 in tier 3. Hey Boom, how you doing? So much damage. Torque shotguns over rocket launchers. The shotguns will apply the DPS quicker. The torque launchers are capable of good damage, but you have the movement speed penalty from launchers, you have less available ammo, lower fire rate, more visual obstruction, more risk of self-damage in some cases. Shotguns are just more efficient, I would say. Good, how about you? Doing well today, doing well. Had a lot of fun with this setup. Hey, a new map. See, this is why I feel neutral about the DLC, because I like getting new areas. These aren't new enemies, but it's a new area in a chamber run. And variety is the spice.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. Found the rock.
I'm honestly thinking about if I should just put a point in Blast Chill instead of Cold Snap here. It's like, I am meleeing to deliver my Echo. So, like, I may as well. I don't know. I gotta respec after this run. I keep forgetting to do stuff. DLC have any new enemies? Yes. Yes, it did. Recharge Hydra. Need a mate to put the spice on, not very good by itself. Brightest spice is that endorsement for polygamy. I won't tell if you don't. Polyamory, if anything. But no. That sticky chain was beyond satisfying. Oh no, Felicia's something at me. Chat, change the subject. I need a distraction.
Another knot? Not a coin to show for it. Impenetrable!
A bit more radius would be nice here, but I have a good amount. We get really good consistency on the Tide Cape triggering with the number of projectiles. It's like 72 instances of damage per reload without Spore Fuse. Spore Fuse can't crit, so that's separate, but... if we get Spore Fuse on this, then Spore Fuse is capable of leaving a dot, which is more potential crits. Wow, no one defended me. I see how it is. No one deflected for me. I gotta take the heat for you guys being degenerates, huh? I see how it is. Noted. Loves degeneracy? No, I mean being propositioned in my chat. That's the degeneracy. You save that for the DMs. For legal purposes, that was a joke. Stop spinning! I think the Spore Wound and Clawbringer Storm Smite ability damage build could be cool. I think it'd absolutely be cool. I messed around with that briefly a few days ago, and I didn't quite have the gear to make it optimal, but it's definitely a good build concept. Speaking of which, when am I gonna come? How you doing, Control? Reported to the cancel police. I think I'll be okay. Maybe with a blank slate, like let's do ability 40 all damage. The thing with the blank slate, Tilu, is it's just kind of not gonna be as good as a well-rolled armor. Because you lose the passive rolls, you lose the skill rolls, and you lose the armor effect. Now, a perfectly rolled blank slate like that is going to be better than an average random armor you're going to find. But with Claw Spore, you have options like running a Wrath of Nature rolled armor, which is a huge damage increase. And then you could include something like a Paradigm to convert your melee or your spell into ability damage and increase the damage overall that way. So you get more of an increase. Also, class power is a thing you get from non-blank slate armors, and class power increases the damage of Storm Smite and Barrage. Clawbringer power for Storm Smite and Spore Ward power for Barrage. So you get more out of having a normal armor. A perfect blank slate, but it's a total meme. Right, it's like viable, but it's not desirable. Hey, Ultra Christy, how you doing? Doesn't get better with chaos levels either. That's another excellent point. Even a chaos tier on a blank slate doesn't make it better, because there's nothing on it that'll scale up with that. Whereas, as chaos tiers get harder, your armor doesn't go up completely proportionally, but it does help. Blank slate not improving at all is definitely a weakness. Torque stickies are so nasty. I'm using the blue again. The Rax and Rogue gun considered. I believe they're gun try time. This is the gun I'm using right now, by the way. Not even chaotic. It's a blue. Still the same one. I've not even been able to get a better enchantment on it. The same one I've been using since like day 2 of the game. Still slapping cheeks on Chaos 35. I don't know how to double dip if it's possible with the ability damage. So double dipping is going to be a very specific thing that's going to require certain outlets of damage. Not many things double dip. It's not a common thing. It's more like, hey, I want to use this particular skill type thing. Like Blast Chill. Double dips all damage bonuses. If the hit that caused it was Frost, it'll double dip that. Blast Gasp, same way. Play the Angles. Does not. Actually, a second Play the Angles trigger would. If you get the second retrigger, that would double dip ability damage, but honestly, that's already so strong that, like, it doesn't matter that it double dips. The enemy's dead regardless. So it's not really something to worry about, Tilu. You got Lachance? Nice swag. I got Zomboss. Another Volatile Envy for the pile. Hey, that'll make rerolling easy on you, Carrion, if you got backups. Play the Angle's pretty good for mobbing too. It is. It is. I did bring up this this bug earlier in the stream, but what if I told you Play the Angles isn't even getting its full damage formula? So there's four effects that are known right now. that are not actually scaling with the class power they tell you they scale with. That is Berserker's Blast Chill, Graveborn's Blast Gas, Spore Warden's Play the Angles, and Clawbringer's Rebuke. All 4 of those do not actually get class power bonuses. So yes, Blast Chill, Blast Gas, Play the Angles are some of the hardest hitting things in the game, and they are missing a chunk of their formula. Math is scary. Like, they don't need it, but they're not getting it. Can Pixies play the angles? Whatnot Pixies trigger play the angles, Nola. If you have a Pixie delivery on a Whatnot. That's what I've been told anyway. Fear Knots don't, but Whatnots apparently do. Spell damage, spell radius, championship ring? Sure. That's what I'm doing at the moment. It absolutely works. Cool. Haven't ever seen it though. It depends on which one you have, Boom. If you have a Fear Knot, it won't happen. Has to do with damage sources. Give it to Fear Knots? No. I don't know what to roll here. I guess shotguns. I'll replace this one. Projectile's invisible and has no travel time. That just sounds scary. Yeah, like why? Like why though? I understand, but why though? Use crystals if you don't use them when you leave the cast chamber? Yes, Jules. They do not transfer over. You use them or you lose them. They're not something you can save up. Times 18, but it's a saga. That's pain. Got video proof? I believe you, but yeah, post on the Discord. For future reference. Sword explosion. Trash. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Order Mexican got meal in freezer. So you're eating too? Like you warmed up leftover Mexican food? Because that sounds good. I haven't had Mexican food in a month and change. It's good though. I want Mexican food now. Sag. Is there a guide for all the various prefixes and suffixes? The best guide I can give you there, Earthshock, is ignore prefixes. People have been trying to define lands games by prefixes unsuccessfully since Borderlands 2. Don't. The item part system is not conducive to that. Just ignore them. Because prefixes in this game are determined by enchantments and also item parts. So, like, it's not... It's too broad to define by. Just prefixes and suffixes, just don't worry about it. Just worry about the item effect itself. Like, eventually you could learn that marking prefix is this enchantment, but it's better to just define it by the actual parts that are there. Nice sword solution was like the face puncher. That would not be nice. I prefer game balance, not repeating the same mistakes again. I like that melee builds swing melee weapons. You introduce the face puncher, that goes away. So, no, let's not repeat that. Bad work take just keeps getting worse. Oh, I'm sorry, Foster. Haven't seen Gloop in one of these random runs in a while. I want to do Gloop with this stuff. But oh well, we'll just keep going. How close am I to an SDU? I'm not getting much money out of these runs. I should really start selling things. The last right shotgun any good in endgame. There's a primordial version for sale on my vendor right now. I really like that gun, Noodlefish. It's very fun. Now, it sadly can't be enchanted, but it's a really good mobbing shotgun. And definitely a primordial, if you can afford it, I'd say grab that. I'd say grab that. I like it a lot. It scales up really well if you have fire rate bonuses. And if there's lots of enemies together, because then it'll just bounce and hit all of them. Good gun. I'm a big fan.
Enter the chaos dance.
But Quag, I don't want cringe-ass melee builds, I want gun builds that are melee. Stop it. Get some help. You know what I'm not noticing? I'm not getting the Mushroom Heaven bug. Has that actually been fixed? I suppose next step of that is check on Harvest.
Might have lived if you'd run.
I don't think so. It hasn't been fixed. 'Cause, I've been on this character for a few runs, and no additional shrooms. Harvest is alive and kicking. Sad. Okay, well, I'd still avoid Harvest. That's good to know. Good to know.
Let's see how you handle it.
I'm disappointed. Not Harvest Thralls? Right. I don't know if meleeing with Livewire activates melee weapon effects. So the Livewire chains from melee carrion, they are gun damage. So they'll trigger gun damage effects. That can lead to funny things like the enchantment that gives you melee damage on a gun kill. Well, if you melee and your Livewire chain gets the kill, it was a gun kill, so it gives you the melee damage. It's kind of funny.
That's more like it. Banner's touched down. Forgotten before they hit the ground.
Look at this guy. Do you see mushrooms? If so, it's happening to you. Why did I hear that as a Soldier Boy? You. Anyone else do that, or am I just unhinged? Oh my god. Imagine you get chain lighting and a Hydra on the same gun. That'd be nutty. I probably still wouldn't do it, because I just like being free of the companion stuff. Lightning throw, proc, and blast chill? No, it is not. I'm not even spec'ing to blast chill. Because I forgot to respec again. Motherfucker. How do I keep forgetting? But it wouldn't, regardless. Tis not melee.
Ready to cast. Let's fly.
Did I proc play the angles? No. I tested and triple confirmed. Lightning bolts do not proc play the angles. I quadruple checked. I tested from Fear Knots, I tested from Whatnots. Lightning bolts just don't play the angles.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
If Lightning could proc play the angles and be broken, it'd be a little insane. But we are already in a situation where, you know, pixies can do it, so it's not uncharted territory.
Like rain, only sharper.
How does Fragment Rain interact with play the angles? I've not tested Mac, but I imagine in a terrifying way. Because the volume of ricochets you get from Fragment Rain is already nuts. If those then trigger play the angles, yeah. It sounds scary. Thanks for testing. I didn't mean to buy that. I was trying to get the health thing. It's offered. So make up the crystals here. Got a map of seriously only those mortar shrooms. Ah, that sounds awful. About Blast Gas, since the Fear Not deals spell damage, correct? I've not seen that spell damage thing confirmed, Boom. I've seen a lot of people say it, but I've not seen any testing to reflect it, so... I'd have to go see myself if it triggers Blast Gas. Which wouldn't be a difficult test. I just haven't bothered yet.
Now that's the good stuff. Feel form. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Changed to a melee frost burr claw and it's so much more fun. Hey, I'm glad you're liking it, Irish. That's sick. It's always fun when a setup feels like it really comes together. I have a cat hair in my nose and it's driving me crazy. Blah. It's so itchy. Mobbing with a sticky seems like a lot of work, but fun nonetheless. I could minimize the work a little bit with a couple of changes. Scroll of Wisdom. Play the angles does apply to the sticky application. It'll go to a nearby enemy and hit them too. Or I could just mob on impact mode with Play the Angles and treat it like a black powder shotgun. And it still does enough damage to kill things. A lot less, but enough. Yeah, Mr. Good Time. What classes would benefit Torque Impact Weapons best? Trying to think about this for a bit. Spore Warden. Exactly what we were discussing right there. Spore Warden. You get Play the Angles with a ×18. That's a lot of potential chances for it to trigger. Probably looking at Spore Spell Shot or something like that.
You looking for trouble?
Spell Shot just being dumb.
Ready to bring the arcane pet?
What is hitting me? That goblin have a nukem? Certainly looks like it. Like, whomstuff is doing this to me?
Conclave will never let me live this down. Unleash hell.
Whomstuff done it. What if the main weapon is the message? My recommendation wouldn't really change. This build would be good with auto magic. I would change up the spec a little bit for that too. I would definitely go for play the angles if I was using the auto magic. But yeah, it could work. As long as you make sure you do always take this reload speed. Automatic reloads often. So you want that. But yeah, you could absolutely make that work. I'd just move some points over here so that you grab play the angles. You could drop point from Cold Snap and point from Blood Frenzy to get play the angles. Snipe, I think I should test things myself. I think it does.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you. Spell slots are ready. Put out the oven.
How's Blizzard Frostwilder build? Work in progress, Mizu-san. Work in progress. I'm working on a pet setup with that to take advantage of, one of the very few selling points of Blizzard is that it's got a companion enchant while it's active. So I'm trying to lean into that and also use Blizzard to apply Wrath of Nature and keep ASA companion damage enchant up. So that's the goal with that, but that's still a work in progress. Still in like pre-alpha stages, you know? And it's working out so far to be very gear dependent, and also against some enemies you're just like, okay, what do? Blizzard's just not very good. Full disclosure. It's got niche use, but there's also things that would just fill that role better. How come so much Freezicles today? Blizzard's great for rad if your aim isn't so good. It's not, though, because your aim doesn't need to be good with Barrage either, because it still ricochets off surfaces and enemies. And there's 7 of them. And against fast-moving enemies, I'd rather take my chances with Barrage than Blizzard, because Blizzard is slow. With low uptime. Now again, with very specific gear, you can get high duration, which eliminates the uptime problem. But it's still slow and unreliable. What if you use Blizzard with Spore Fuse? That's the thing that annoys me, Snowspawn. Like, there's no logical reason why Spore Fuse should exclude Blizzard. Like, there's no reason, but it just does.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Like, I don't understand. It already would be, hey, you'd have to make sure your blizzard is kind of short if you want to, you know, minimize your downtime on the enchant, because then you'd have to wait for blizzard to come off cooldown. There's enough caveats. It doesn't need to just not function for that action skill. Especially because out of blizzard's enchants, it's got the companion one, and then it's got an action skill active frost one that is worse than the existing action skill active frost. It's 20% versus 50%, and it's the same kind of bonus. It's calculated the same. It's just 20 instead of 50. It's just trash for no reason. It's so weird. Goblins are my least favorite enemy type. They either jump to your face to completely obliterate you with a fast-firing gun. It do be like that. Do an Onyx raid boss? Onyx? Oh, like the Pokemon? Can't unsee that. Yeah.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
You just not look at the beam? Right. You either take cover, or you look away. Or you kill it before the beam becomes a problem. Honestly, they should get into forward some kind of vine grafts or something actually plant themed. Well, Spore is mushroom, and you have a mushroom following you around at all times, so that's plant themed. It's not even a plant, really, but oh, I'm out of ammo, that's why I can't chuck. I was like, what's happening here?
I'm dead! Just a whole lot angrier. Dodge this!
Stop jumping! Set some vines that grab and stop an enemy, call it Vine Lock. Haven't had that before. Nope. Spell Shot. Have to give it to Spell Shot. Everything goes to Spell Shot. Okay? It's how this game works. You know, any kind of synergy with poison damage side sword fuse. There's the fart cloud that most people don't spec into. Copium. Hit my sigil or the wall? I can't tell. Yeah, hit the sigil. I hate that shit. Why is it a thing? Okay, stop. Why does the sigil sometimes decide that block your own projectiles? I don't want to stop using my spell, but it's getting annoying. I use the fart, keeps aggro off you. It also makes the mushroom dead, Irish Wiz. I'm well aware that the thing that has a taunt keeps aggro off of me. But what happens when the mushroom gets attacked? The mushroom's health goes down. What happens when the mushroom's health goes down? It dies. What happens when I go down when the mushroom's dead? It doesn't revive me. I can tank better than the mushroom can in this setup, so... Mushroom's tanky as hell, so he stays up even more than I do. I don't have any investment into that. I do not have companion health. I do not have significant Spore Warden power, and I'm not running the enchant that heals companions on reload. Those are the main sources of companion sustain. I have none of them. Sounds like you need a Buffmeister in your life. I would rather uninstall the game.
I've got all the magic I need. Hell.
Sounds like you need a magic missile spell, like the Torque one in the story. Absolutely, I'm down, 1000%. Give it to me. Not take the mushrooms a meme unless your companion spec. Yes, I agree. If you invest into companion survivability, it's a pretty good tank. Otherwise, it's there to revive you and not much else. No, I was not paying attention. I did not listen to the audio cue there. That's my fault. Deserved that. That was just me being stupid.
Not this time.
It's proof the streamer is hungry and making stupid mistakes. Also speaking in third person for no reason.
Let's make this interesting.
Is it true the two ASA enchants can't be proc simultaneously? No. It's enchantments of the same kind don't stack. Scroll of Wisdom. Good thing the Buffmeister buffs my cognitive capabilities. Excellent bait. 10 out of 10, honestly. And notice it's covered in swords. Yeah, nice attention to detail. Ability spell increased by melee. You know, if that was going to be on a class combo, not a bad idea to get it on Claw Zerker. But the skills. Not a fantastic skill roll. That's what I think as well, but then some streamers said otherwise. It's something that I'll have to go confirm, but to my knowledge, there's nothing stopping you from having ASA of an element and then ASA, you know, of another element. They should all trigger at the same time. They don't even acknowledge each other's existence. Back it up by that's how it works in other Borderlands titles. It's not. Either they misspoke or you misheard. Because how it worked in others is that the same enchantment does not stack. So if you have two of the same one in different slots, that doesn't stack. So either they misspoke or you misheard. One of those. Sure I didn't mishear, then they were wrong. Complex stuff. Everybody gets stuff wrong sometimes. No shame in it. Respec? Oh yeah. Yeah, I should do that. What, Kevin? I should respec. Why am I hitting the spells, bunny? Why am I here? Just to suffer? Yeah, okay. Kevin says just to suffer. Before I forgets, I'm gonna. I'm gonna. $13 meg. Not even chaotic though. You're right, everyone does get stuff wrong sometimes. Like you assuming that I actually get stuff wrong. Based. Get a chance to save files on the Discord. I've not uploaded my personal save files the time I got back. I've not done that yet. I'm not yet comfortable with doing that. I want to have my stuff be a little more optimized, and there's a thing I can do to make it easier to share saves. You can like scramble the ID, so yeah. But seems like Hyperius is weak in this game. I haven't seen people using them a ton. Hyperius shotguns are very strong. Hyperius snipers, with the exception of the Kaokon, are very strong. In terms of SMGs, the Spriggan in the Cryo variant, which is a ×4, is extremely popular and very powerful. And remember, Hyperius also makes shields. Wards, rather. So, Hyperius is good. Phil Hugh knows. Is there a way to tell the spell uses the snap animation? It'll be delivery method based, so if it's not self-cast... So self-cast can't be snap. Otherwise, it's case by case. I'm trying to think of a trend. There's not a lot of consistency to it. Like, impaling ice spikes, for example, are snap. But other ice spikes aren't. Eruptions that are not self-cast are snap. Some elemental blasts are snap. There's not a lot of consistency. If you, like, show me a card, I can tell you whether it's snap or not. But other than that, not really. Okay, respec. I remembered. We're gonna respec. Because I want to move the points from unyielding, because they're just minor. Unyielding versus Ancestral Frost is often a case of which almost nothing thing do I want. I don't lose too much money from this. Reload speed increase truck speed? Yes, because trucks are reloads. Nice, I haven't been able to pick up a trend either. There's no prefix or test seems to identify. Yeah, there's some that exclude it, but no immediate identifier. Yeah. Alright, so I could go 2 points for play the angles, help my stickies, or I could invest more over here. I don't have Old Ways max, I don't have Cold Snap or Blood Frenzy invested. I don't need Blood Frenzy because I have Body Rune. I don't need Ancient Fury because I have AoE damage on my armor already. Old Ways is more damage, but I'm not often that close, so sometimes I am. Cold Snap helps my Sigil freeze more effectively. I'm thinking 2 Old Ways, 2 Cold Snap. That's the thought process I go through when I spec these things. I would have to give up 1 Wrath of Nature to get Blast Chill, and that's not worth it all here. Area damage is pretty good. Yes, but 5% for 1 skill point when I already have 17.8% from my armor? Low value. When I could instead get Cold Snap to increase the efficiency of my freezing while also giving me more movement speed, because 12% movement speed for 2 skill points is very good, as is 32% frost efficiency when I am freezing things with this sigil. I also cryo here. Also, I'm soaking things. Also, cryo from this. 1 point in area damage, if I didn't have area damage on my armor, would be really good. But in a vacuum, with these last few skill points, that's a skip. Hard pass. It would go at either here or go towards getting that. And if I wasn't using a body rune, it'd go here. And for my stats, max crit, max crit damage, max spell cooldown, rest, and crit chance. I want spell cooldown for this sigil, because I like freezing things. Gear-wise, Body Rocker, Fear Not. I just haven't been able to get Spore Fuse on this one. Although the spell radius might be good with the sigil, might be worth keeping that there. Fear Not. All Chain Lightning. Peg Leg with Echo. Peg Leg is significant reload speed and move speed. Although you could make a case for lots of other melee weapons here. I just happen to like Peg Leg. Gun damage, Shark's Bane, because damage. I have a spell damage promise ring here. Spell damage is primarily for my sigil, but it's also got spell radius, pistol reload speed, so that works out well. Body Rune, because Body Rune, Omega Wall, best ward. And Harbinger, for a tank. If the gearbox should include ability to change Twist of Fate. No, I think it's minor enough that it's like, whatever, who cares? Like, Village Idiot is the peak damage and nothing else one, but Raised by Elves has some utility use, and ultimately they're all pretty minor. So, I don't really care. It makes sense from a thematic perspective, like, there's certain things about your character you cannot change in a tabletop game. That's how I see it. Can I get a better Empowering Sigil in one of these saves? I think it was on the Clawbringer. I got a double radius cooldown roll one. I'll have to reroll that. So I'll save these. So I think this is a good stopping point. But this gun is still controlling my life. I need to get more times 18 cryo body rockers. I just haven't been able to get a better one of this. But yeah, this is a good stopping point. Appreciate the thematic argument. Yeah, it's... yeah. Village Idiot has the energy of, I don't know who I am or what I'm doing, but I know what I must kill. I love the reference to the god of himbos in the bio description for that. That's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow. Let's find somewhere for us to go. I appreciate all the support. Bit of a low energy stream today because feeling kind of meh, but I still appreciate you showing up. Let's see who's on. I haven't rated Mother Stacy in a bit. We could do that. She's doing a Berserker playthrough. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So join the raid. We're gonna say hi to Mother Stacy. Just super nice individual. Wonderful energy. Just cool person. Good human being. In the lands community. Raid message will be your choice of either Quag raid if you don't have the emotes, or just spam. Spam good old Qua if you got the emotes. Quag H. Text to speech does it like Qua, so I say it like Qua because it's funny. Anyway, tomorrow I'll try to have something interesting tomorrow. There's a couple build concepts I've been putting off that I might put my nose to the grindstone and kind of delve into tonight. See what I can have ready for you tomorrow. But I'll catch you guys then. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And, I appreciate you. Bye.
This boss.